Hi guys! How is everybody? Hello, hello. So if you haven't gotten the memo, there is no court until Wednesday of next week, and it's not clear when we're going to have the jury back, but it's looking like 15th, 16th, later than that. We won't have the jury back in. So yesterday I saw a lot of you in other places on YouTube. It's been great, hanging out with Paralegal Institute of Washington did a live stream, so he's usually doing video on demand. Did a live yesterday, saw a bunch of you guys over there. Really, really awesome. He's doing really like a marathon of all the mistrial motions throughout the YSL trial. AV did a stream yesterday. I think Tabiz covered really diddy stuff, but all in all, yesterday, hanging out in other areas, catching up on other people's content has been really great. I enjoyed my day off. Now, what I thought would be really great to do is, especially in retrospect, if we go and watch some of the press coverage and the pretrial hearings, and this is going to take more than one stream to get through because there's a lot, but we have a bunch of these clips where we get, all these news bits about gang crime, the concerns of public safety, back in 2021 with the district attorney asking for funding to help combat this, and then boom, here comes this YSL indictment. Then we go through the bond hearings. If you guys haven't seen that stuff previously, it's going to be really interesting for you guys to see. If you've seen it before, I think it's going to be really interesting to look at now, especially as we talk about big, scary backlog, people sitting without indictments, too scary to give them bond. And then we've seen recently in the last 2 months, these big, scary people we can't give bond, we give them plea deals instead. So this will be a good rewind, I think. I will ask you guys for your preference along the way. So sometimes there will be a clip that's like 3 minutes long that summarizes the district attorney asking for certain funding or maybe arguing in favor of a bill that they want to see passed in front of like the Senate committee. But we could either watch a news clip that sums up some of it in 3 minutes, or we can watch the whole thing, which is usually like 20 to 50 minutes, depending on what the hearing actually was. So as we go, we'll vote in the chat, see what we want to do. And we'll be able to watch some of the first bond hearing for Jeffrey Williams and the dozens of co-defendants. So that'll be a good time. So good morning to everybody. Good morning. Good morning, SSG. Good morning, Fatima. Hey to Creatively Gariel. Hey, Marcel. Casper, good to see ya. MCN says morning slimes. And this is like live, but we're rewinding and watching older stuff. So, but yes, pretrial. So this stuff is all 2021 and 2022. And you were in the live chat, Dornita. Good to have you here. Howdy to Nancy. CMT says excited for this because I think Martinez Arnold is the next key witness. At least, yeah, for key witnesses, I agree. And that will definitely be interesting. Mother of Pitbulls, thanks for becoming a member. Hey, Hope. Hey, good thing you're pretty. SteffJK. You guys say thank you to SteffJK. Thank you so much, SteffJK, kicking it off with 5 gifted memberships. And lots of familiar faces. We're going to get into it. So a lot of these first few clips that we're going to go through are really short. They're news coverage, right? And if you guys want, we can even take a look at some of the comments that people were leaving on YouTube back in 2021 and 2022 and see if sentiment has been the same or if it's shifted from then until now. But here's one of the first ones that's going to be a little bit about the backlog of cases in Fulton County. And again, this is from 2021.
Well, Jennifer, that perfect storm. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis tells me years of mismanagement before she took office, then the COVID-19 pandemic closing courts, and now a spike in violent crime created a backlog thousands of cases long, and she simply needs more help to properly investigate and prosecute each case.
Coming from each and every one of your districts, suspects that may get out of jail on September the 13th. Write it down.
In a fiery presentation Wednesday night, District Attorney Fonnie Willis told the Fulton Board of Commissioners September 13th is the deadline for when she must have 1,400 plus defendants indicted, or they can receive bonds and walk out of the Fulton County Jail. The inmates are charged with a wide variety of crimes, including murders, assaults, and sexual offenses.
I'm not asking for one thing for Fonnie T. Willis. I am asking for the resources to do this job properly so that we can keep all of us safe.
Since taking office in January, Willis has said she needs more attorneys and investigators, but says for various reasons she has not received funding to make the necessary hires.
We're not just sitting back and waiting. I've pulled my most senior lawyers, 25 of them, and I have them doing double duty right now. They're doing their current backlog, and then we are specifically focused on the murders and the sexual assaults to try to get this work done, but I can't run them like that forever.
Willis asked commissioners Wednesday for more than $7 million broken down here to deal with the historic backlog, a backlog from when courtrooms closed during the pandemic, and now cases flooding in due to increased crime.
Vast majority of the budget will go towards employing people, and then of course things that are just common sense if you think about it. If I hire a lawyer, I need to give them a laptop, I need to give them a cell phone so that they can communicate with witnesses.
Willis also says there are various items some investigators currently work without, such as bulletproof vests. Commissioners are now working to find funding in the county's budget, and Willis is hopeful next month the board could approve her request. If they do, Willis tells me she has already interviewed people who could begin immediately. She also asked the board yesterday for $50 million more next year to maintain her office, continue hiring staff, and find more office space to avoid future backlog.
We begin to
muted. So this was from July 15th, 2021. And if you ask me, what's really interesting is seeing how strongly she has some oomph in her voice. She's yelling about the dangerous criminals and they need indictments. There's a backlog. But one of her platforms when she was running for office was, we have to stop treating everything like it's a big, bad criminal thing. We need to stop dehumanizing people. We want to roll out this pre-indictment diversion program. And that was to a different audience, right? But now when you're speaking to this commission asking for funding, you take a totally different approach. So just a little bit apples and oranges there. Let's go to the next one. And a lot of these are going to be shorter clips. This is one of the longer ones, however. This one has 3 parts. I do have the other 2 queued up if you want to watch all 3. It's about an hour total. We can do it on 1.25 if you want. But this is really where she's going to speak more about all the violent crime and her concern for public safety. And, you know, we need solutions. We need the funding. We need broader capacity to be able to prosecute. And this is going to become a common thread over the next 3 years, where we want to be able to prosecute across counties, expand our jurisdictional limits. We want more funding. We also want to rework some of the things that are chargeable and how we can pursue pressing charges. So we'll watch at least part 1 of this. If you guys want to continue with part 2 and 3, we can. But that way you'll at least get the gist of where we are. We'll put it on 1.25. And again, this is July 15th, 2021.
To get on this agenda, and without, first of all, I want to give my sincerest thanks to Commissioner Natalie Hall. We attempted to get on this agenda, and without you, that would not be a reality. And I just want to thank you, not just from me personally, but from my team, but more importantly, from the people that each of you were elected to serve. We have a public safety crisis going on. And Commissioner Ellis, it affects your jurisdiction in the same way it does all of your colleagues. I learned something as I met with each of you this week. And that was kind of what makes you tick. What information do you need to make decisions? And so one thing that you said was you wanted specifics. So I made sure that my staff pulled out specifics just for you. And as we go through this, we're going to talk about them. I have watched the entire day, so it has not been hours I've been waiting. It's been an entire day. But I'm like Commissioner Arrington. I got all night to deal with these issues. I am sorry that Commissioner Morris left, because I wanted to tell him by example that we are in a crisis. In his very district today, there was a shooting in Buckhead at the Toast of Lenox. Commissioner Hall, you know what I found really interesting today? You all were talking about the Hammond House. That's in your district. I have some murder numbers in here, but they're already wrong. Last night, 2 blocks from the Hammond House, there's yet another murder. So if there's anyone in here confused and thinks I'm here to talk about widgets, I'm here to talk about human life. So why am I here with you today? Well, I promised transparency and that I would bring integrity to this office. and that I was going to be open
Tornado,
and
that's
honest
crazy.
with the public when it was working well, Commissioner Hausman, and when it wasn't. And so I'm here today, so they're not backdoor meetings. There's not secret conversations, but the public knows what I'm doing and when those efforts are frustrated. When I took office in January, there was already a problem. Would you give me the next page, please? The next one. The next slide, please. The problem that this county is facing, each of you have heard me say it, it's the great trifecta that puts us in the predicament that we are in today. One, I took over an office that was mismanaged. Now that just sounds like fancy words, or I'm trying to bash the last elected. But we're going to talk about what the effects of that mismanagement were. We're going to talk about the fact that my brother stands here as another person trying to seek justice, and that before me and him took office, there was zero relationship between the sheriff and the DA. We're going to talk about an historic backlog from 2016 to 19 that doesn't have a damn thing to do with COVID. We're going to talk about staff that was not what the staff is today, qualified to handle this level of cases. We're going to talk about a crisis that's going on in each and every one of your districts. None of your constituents are safe. Not yours, Mr. Pitts, Chairman Pitts. Not yours, Commissioner Hall. Not yours, Commissioner Ellis. Not yours. And we're going to get to how do we fix it. On top of the historic backlog, then came COVID, creating other issues, and then the rise to crime. Will you take me to the next slide? Historical mismanagement, what does it mean? It means I walked into an office that had 6,085 cases, unindicted, uncharged, felonies. That's what it means. It means I had 51,000 cases going back to the late 90s that had not been appropriately closed. It meant I was sitting with 11,000 cases indicted in the pipeline but not reserved. And it means I was faced with unqualified staff. Take me to the next slide, please. Then COVID hits, so we make a problem worse. I shared with Commissioner Hausman, and she was just in shock. Not only did COVID hit, but there was an office that went home March of last year and didn't return to the new DA game. That's a reality. You had about 10 to 12% of dedicated staff there, and you had cases and crime going on, and nothing was happening. Take me to the next slide, please. What does this rise in crime mean? What does it really mean? It just sounds cute, right? What it means is, first of all, I want to give my...
I meant to hit pause and not break. Oh, where were we? Bad click. I was about to make a bunch of jokes like, fetch me my keys. like, take me to the next slide. Oh, I messed us up. Where were we? We were like here.
The next one. The next slide, please.
The next one.
The problem that this county is facing, each of you have heard me say it, it's the great trifecta that puts us in the predicament that we are in today. One, I took over an office that was mismanaged. Now that just sounds like fancy words, or I'm trying to bash the last elected. But we're going to talk about what the effects of that mismanagement were. We're going to talk about the fact that my brother stands here as another person trying to seek justice, and that before me and him took office, there was zero relationship between the sheriff and the DA. We're going to talk about an historic backlog from 2016 to 19 that doesn't have a damn thing to do with COVID. We're going to talk about staff that was not what the staff is today, qualified to handle this level of cases. We're going to talk about a crisis that's going on in each and every one of your districts. None of your constituents are safe. Not yours, Mr. Pitts, Chairman Pitts. Not yours, Commissioner Hall. Not yours, Commissioner Ellis. Not yours. And we're going to get to how do we fix it.
I was doing the
On top of the historic backlog, I was sitting with 11,000 cases indicted in the pipeline but not reserved. And it means I was faced with unqualified staff. Take me to the next slide, please. Then COVID hits, so we make a problem worse. I shared with Commissioner Hausman, and she was just in shock. Not only did COVID hit, but there was an office that went home March of last year and didn't return to the new DA game. That's a reality. You had about 10 to 12% of dedicated staff there, and you had cases and crime going on, and nothing was happening. Take me to the next slide, please. What does this rise in crime mean? What does it really mean? It just sounds cute, right? What it means is last year at this time, there were 51 rapes in Atlanta. This year, there's 95. It's an 86% increase. What does it mean about rapes? It means last year at this time, Commissioner Hall, this is before last night, so my number's inaccurate. There was 61 cases. Now there's 76. Those aren't just widgets or numbers, and I need you to tell your staff that. That's 15 more of your constituents dead. Go to the next slide, please. And we're in a crisis. Recently, the Supreme Court issued an order. There's a rule within the law that defendants have to be indicted within 90 days. It had been put on pause. But on May 13th, the honorable justices decided that that rule had to go back into effect. And so we had over 1,000 defendants sitting that either needed to be indicted or they were going to get a bond and be released. It's real simple. The Honorable Judge Brasher, because the court gave him authority, said, well, I'm going to give a little breathing room, and he extended that 90 days, 30. And we begged. But he says, I can do it no further. I have no authority. Prior to COVID, what the DA's office was given was 0.01, somebody write that down, percentage of the money to deal with this unprecedented problem. Can you take me to the next slide? So maybe you're thinking, well, this ain't really my issue, not in my district. But no, the murders.
And it's so interesting, and I had the banner wrong, guys. I am not good at multitasking. I was trying to type that banner while talking. This is July 15th, 2021, not July 15th, 2015. I just typed the 15 twice. But you hear her talk about an annual increase, a difference year to year. This is 2021. Unprecedented. But what's the main centerpiece charge that we're looking at in the YSL trial? We're focusing on all these statistics from 2020 to 2021. And yet really we're going back and looking at 2014, 2015 for most of the major charges in YSL, especially the ones that relate to the 6 co-defendants sitting in that room.
Are occurring everywhere. There is 154, although the slide represents 150, coming from each and every one of your districts, suspects that may get out of jail on September the 13th. Write it down. There are another 78 rapists, and there are 1,433 violent offenders. Let me tell you how violent the offenders are. My brother here, he shared a story with me. See, he's trying to deal with this problem of jail overcrowding. And so he went to sheriffs in other counties to see could we get some relief. Then they looked at our defendants and said, oh, no, I'm gonna leave that with you because those folks too violent. That's other law enforcement. That's what kind of crises we're in. Can you please take me to the next slide? So maybe people are confused and they think that once again, I'm just talking about widgets. No, I'm talking about human life. I wish I could give you all 154. I wish I could give you all 154, but let me talk to you a little while about these victims from your district, Mr. Ellis. This young lady, she was in her 70s. My mama would say that's young. Her tenant bludgeoned her to death. That's one of the 153. Take me to the next slide. What about this beautiful baby? From District 2. Femur broke, dead. Can you take me to the next slide? What about this handsome young man? He moved here from Pennsylvania. He's a high exec at UPS. After a hard work week, he went to have a drink. I think that's his right. He walked up and became a victim to gang violence. He's dead. I'm the one who talks to his mama. Next slide. What about this beautiful young lady? She's not even from our county. She's from Cobb. Her and her mama and auntie shopping at Christmas. Anybody here don't go to the mall around Christmas? How about dead? How about this is part of the 153? Next slide, please. How about this person? Driving on our interstate. Anybody here that drives on the interstate? Anybody? Young man driving. Reckless speed. Maybe you think from District 4 this was the only victim. No, there was also a 3-month old baby killed and 3 others seriously injured in your district. Next slide. He's a famous actor. Well known. Goes to the convenience store. I'm wondering if anyone around here ever goes to a convenience store. Gets in a verbal dispute, is followed home, and shot in the back multiple times. Your district. Next slide. What about this beautiful young lady? Ever pulled off an interstate? Oh, and what about coincidences and how I know there's a God? I saw all of y'all this morning stand up here and cry with a young lady who had lost someone. Guess what? Same day, hours after, some of the same people at both scenes and both suspects are in the 153 days. Excuse me, the 153 murder suspects. Both the victim of that mama that you stood up here with and the suspect in this one. What's next? Can you take me to the next slide? This gentleman with acquaintances, District 6, they in the dispute with a shooting. Now, Commissioner Pitts, each of them has a percentage, but you and I know one thing, 100% fall on you, because you represent all these districts, and 100% falls on me. Next slide. What does justice require? Hey, here's the cold truth. Resources. Resources. So you wanted specifics, so I want to give them to you. And me and Commissioner Hausman, I shared with her, she was one of the last I spoke to because she had been traveling, but she truly asked some of the most poignant questions. It's no criticism, it's just a reality. And so she...
Not gonna lie, Clay Lake's car says, so all of this is young Doug's fault. I mean, that's where we're putting all the focus in, right? That's obviously gonna nip everything in the bud, gonna solve all the problems moving forward and looking backwards. Oh, and when she said shopping at the mall during Christmas time, all I could think of is that mention of the incident with young Thug at the mall and how they ask all the key witnesses in the YSL trial, did you go to the mall with Jeffrey Williams? Like, oh my gosh. There is a way to tie it all together if you really, really, really reach.
She wanted specifically to know about the homicides. Want to know how many we facing here? 665. I heard you on the news talk about reasonableness. Let's talk about what's reasonable.
Okay, one more pause. So this is like, I see a few people asking, guys, this is Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis speaking. Unless you guys are asking about me. I'm just Kat. But yeah, this is Fani Willis back in 2021.
To successfully do 665. Those aren't widgets, by the way, people. Those are lives. Of those, 313 are indicted. That means they're part of that 11,000 in process. 153, they may get out on September 13th. You have another 187 that are in various stages. Each represents a life from your district. Each of them. Can you take me to the next slide? To the next one, madam. So you want to know what I need? You want me to be specific? For that historical backlog, 2016 to 2019, I want 2.7 million. That translates into 23 employees that will focus on those cases, getting them charged and processed. Newsflash, before COVID, it took 2 years to get through the system. By the way, when we charge those 153, each of your superior court judges will get over 10 murders. Some of them got 40 right now. It take a week at least to try the average murder. You do the math.
And she's speaking to the Fulton County Commission on Crime. So this is all, there's 3 different parts. This is part 1. It's all going to be to address crime in Fulton County.
Those are just the murders. The COVID backlog, I've been promised, but see, I'm like Commissioner Hall, I want receipts. I want it on the record. They say I get 2.46 million to help. And I do appreciate the work of Alton Adams and Shay Alexander. You all should give them a hand clap for all the work that they've done, the listening, the hours. But let me tell you what I'm faced with. We come to commitments. I have documents on paper. We do this. Did you hear what he said? I listened all day to y'all. Since December, we've been doing this. Now, last week, when I'm trying to get employees hired, because everything working so well, see, that ain't transparency. That's what we call a lie. And all of a sudden, everything we've been agreeing on for 6 months, it's no longer so. So I would like a vote when the whole board is here. The list I was sitting by your representatives at those rates, I'd like you to enforce your staff to keep their commitment. So that's my ask one. Just do what you said you was gonna do, on paper, in writing. What about crime on the rise? I'm asking for 2.5, but the truth is 641 is already mine. But I'm tired of the games that keep getting played. Am I going to be able to use it to hire staff or not? Next slide, please. Next year, because I don't want to surprise anybody. You can write the numbers down. You know, we'll have to flesh this out. But if anybody thinks with what's going on with this trifecta, we can do what was done last year when we both, and everyone in this room knows, the DA did not even allow the current DA to participate, that's a joke. And the number one issue for the mayor's race and for each of your races is going to be crime. You want to know why? Because you can't even go to the gas station in our county anymore. So this is what I'm asking. I'm being transparent. And not one dime of this is going to me. I haven't asked for a raise, a car, anything. That is investigators and that is lawyers. Your people who gave me COVID money just so.
To be fair, this is 2021. She says that they need to get new investigators. And you know what? Honestly, at 2021, that's the truth. That's the truth. Oh, man. Especially if you guys didn't watch this week of YSL and get to see what Investigator Gaither was like and how good they were at their job. This I'll give Fani. This is true. They need to get new investigators.
Oh, everybody's clear so we can make it make sense. They figure by September that there are 10,000 cases. They are probably right, since we're at 7,800 now. They're giving me 10 investigators. That's 1,000 cases per investigator. Commissioner Arrington, you've practiced criminal law. It's a joke, exactly. It's not reasonable, Commissioner. Let me tell you what's reasonable, because this is what the county now has the benefit of. Miss Willis is a murder prosecutor. And Miss Willis is one of the best murder prosecutors in this country. I've tried over 100 cases. In case you don't know, Commissioner, I've tried the longest case in Georgia's history and the third longest in the history of the United States. I know a little something about a trial.
Well, hold on. I think Love's going to beat you there.
What is reasonable is it will take someone with my level of experience, and it ain't many. At most, they can indict 5 murders a month and do it the right way so that your family or your constituents' family can get justice. At most, when I was a superstar prosecutor, I was trying 12 to 13 a year. There are people that are going to fall out in shock because most lawyers don't try 13 murders a year, because a murder takes a week and months of preparation. We need resources. We need to stop being treated like this is a game. I've heard a lot of people say stuff about Mr. Herman today, but it ain't always on HR. Because oftentimes, I hear y'all talking about 300 transactions. I gotta tell you, I've done 90 over the last couple of months. It's been a nightmare. Every transaction been a headache and a problem. And it ain't always on HR. Sometimes it's on finance. See, we're gonna tell the truth today. Just like I got a list approved from you all's representatives. So you know what? The first thing I'm asking for is I want to come back for a vote. I want you all to tell the public, see, I don't like all this, when we lights, cameras, action, we serious about crime. But when the DA and the sheriff come ask you for resources, wait a minute now. You tell me how we supposed to get these cases indicted without lawyers and investigators and legal assistants to do it. Tell me. How are we supposed to get them tried? And how am I supposed to tell them mamas we're going to do the very best job possible? So here today on the record, I'm asking for you all to approve the resources that we get. Finance needs to look at them. They can't tell me how to try a case. They treat me like I'm talking about library books. I'm talking about lives, sexual assault victims. And Mr. Ellis, one more specific for you. In the last month, I have opened up 11 human trafficking investigations. And please understand when I say 11, I don't mean 11 victims. I mean 11 cases with multiple victims. 7 are from your jurisdiction. Why do I tell you that? Because crime is in your colleague to the left's jurisdiction, it's in your colleagues to the right's jurisdiction, and it's in yours. This problem affects all of us. It doesn't matter if you're black, if you're white, if you're young, if you're old, if you're poor, if you're rich, if you're educated, if you're uneducated. They don't care. They will take.
Do you care? Does your office care? Well, I'll make one exception. It seems to matter if they're rich, because just like you guys were talking about in the chat, the civil forfeiture, the asset seizure of criminal defendants, something we're seeing big issues over still with the Young Thug trial.
What is most precious to you, your child, your life. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Justice will not be served until those who are unaffected are as outraged as those who are. So what do I want? I want on your next month's agenda. What do I want? I want a vote. What do I want? I want resources so I can hire the staff that we deserve to have so that we can get this job done right. Commissioner Hall.
And if you didn't have the staff to get the job done right, why are you now trying to prosecute something from 2014, 2015, 2016, and so forth? If you're saying here that your stuff sucked and your stuff still sucks in 2021, why did you decide to bring an indictment in 2022 for something that was poorly, horribly investigated in 2015 that former DA did not want to indict? Like, this is circular in the worst way.
Let me thank you again. They tried to keep me off the agenda and you wouldn't let it be so. I want you to know I will always appreciate you for that. And that I can't be quieted. So I'll be back. And as I told Commissioner Ellis, oh no, I'm going to speak to you all as the electeds, and I'm going to speak to the public, because that's my boss. Thank you. If there are any questions, I will take them now.
Let's see, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Vice Chair Hall, Scott, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
Madam DA, you know, you're so passionate, but it doesn't come as a surprise to me. I remember us all going to each other's swearing in, because all three of us unseated incumbents. And we swore to each other then to keep each other abreast any way that we could help out, get the information out. I was one of the first people to bring to the news media about the jail. I took heat for that. I was one of the first people to get out here in the streets and let people know that business as usual at Fulton County is over with. First of all, I want to do two things. I want to commend Vice Chair Natalie Hall for getting you on the agenda, but I apologize that you had to go through that.
Camera person.
Because crime affects us all. And when we have a sitting DA that has to beg to come in front of us, this is the climate and the culture that I have to work in. See, I'm not a junior commissioner. I'm not an intern. I'm not somebody who has on training wheels. I'm someone who can speak with authority because of my work ethic. And I know our work ethics mirror all three of us. You all don't work 9 to 5. You all take calls 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. You have very early mornings and very late nights. The issue I have with this, going on record, the crime issue has to be more than an election tagline.
Correct.
We got to stop playing this game. Oh, I'm against crime, I'm against crime, I'm against crime for elections. And then when it's the time to put the resources in place, oh, Madam DA, you got to choose with this, or you got to choose, or you. No, we got to stop playing if we want to do something about crime in Fulton County. We've got to give you the resources you need. We've got to give the sheriff the resources he needs. When are we going to stop dealing with this petty politicking and telling our sheriff one thing and our Madam DA another thing, and then I have a conversation with them on the phone, and it's totally different for what's been told to me.
And Commissioner,
Hold on. Is Tay-Biz in here? Is Tay-Biz TV in here? Because I cannot, they keep mentioning the sheriff also needs more money. The sheriff needs a budget. But think about the Rice Street Jail. Think about this sheriff contract. They weren't paying their contract and the staff walks out at Rice Street. Like, what are they doing with the money that they do have? What are they doing with the money that they do have? And granted, this is 2021 that we're looking at here. So this walkout was 2024, but the budget for the sheriff increased between 2023 and 2024, and they still weren't paying their contract for staff at an overcrowded jail. So, like, when has any of this actually gotten better? I don't know what their proposed solutions are going to be, but it just seems like whatever's happening here didn't end up being effective.
Brings me to a really good point. The sheriff and I were told today we would be on the agenda about an evidence facility that I spoke to each of you about in January.
We've got to stop it.
And we're not here.
This is the thing, and I'm not going to belabor the point. I want to make a motion to give them the resources they need because this is ridiculous. Crime is an all-time high. We're getting ready to be in a position where we may have to release murderers. This is not a third world country. This is Fulton County. We got inmates sleeping on floors. We got inmates waiting to be tried, waiting to get a bond. We've got people that are getting arrested that are very dangerous, and we're making you jump through hoops. Shame on Fulton County. You can get mad with me all you want to, but we should be ashamed that you have to come here and beg for resources. First of all, and I want to go on record knowing that as an unelected official, I knew the problems in the DA's office before I took the oath of office here. So as an unelected official, and I knew the problems in the DA office, you can't tell me that this body didn't know. And it was unfair for you to walk into that situation with no resources. I remember the first meeting begging for just this. The same thing with the sheriff. The sheriff and you both were not even allowed into transition. And then we want to get up here and say we tough on crime. Know what you're doing, you're playing with folks' lives. So as much as I thank Vice Chair Hall, this whole culture of blocking resources and this whole culture of lying to elected officials and going back and telling the DA one thing, telling the sheriff one thing, and then coming to the commissioner, telling them something totally different needs to stop. Give our elected officials the resources they need because the next death may be at your door. We should be ashamed of ourselves.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. This information is horrendous. When we met and I asked you for the numbers of cases, I did not expect this. And, you know, this is a lie.
Numbers of cases. Numbers of cases. So, it seems like they're basing this entire commission, the PowerPoint presentation that they're using, on cases that still don't have indictments. Now, is that really a proper way to come up with statistics for violent crimes, for murders? To use the numbers of people that have been arrested, but not actually properly charged through an indictment. So, either they all don't care or she's not making the distinction. She's not catching the distinction there.
Lifestyle for me, and I tell every member of my team that you live this job. You don't punch out from 9 to 5. So if anybody interviews with me, if they think they're punching in and punching out, keep it moving because you can't be on this team. This is a lifestyle. It's hard.
Punch in, punch out. That's what Love wants to do every day. She doesn't want to do anything outside of court. And yet you have her leading the major prosecution, the major RICO prosecution. I know, like, that could be subjective, but in my opinion, based on resources and the time and the intensiveness of YSL, I personally think that's that's the spotlight, right? You said you can't just punch the clock in a job like this. Well, Love does. Adrienne Love does it every day. The only time she gets her homework done is when she's sitting in the courtroom and gets a little study hall break. So
Hard work. When I say hard, I mean it comes from your heart. And I see your passion. And I understand what you're dealing with just by looking at these numbers. And I just want to say, I don't know who was trying to block you, but shame on them. Shame on them. Because not one member of this Board of Commissioners, I can guarantee you, was trying to block you. Now, outside of this, I would like to find out, if we can, who was actually trying to keep you from speaking, because that should never happen. Now, I want to address a couple of things that you said. You said that you're supposed to get $2.46 million. You were told that from this project called Orca. I've never.
Now I really start to question.
All right, so this jumped to another clip, and we're gonna get, this is in part 3. This is in part 3, we're gonna get to it, and I'm sure you guys are gonna all vote that you want to watch part 3 now, because it starts off with yelling. But these clips were weird. I don't know why they did it like this. It goes part 1, part 2, part 3 for this Fulton County Commission on Crime. We'll queue up part 2 here. And you can see it like catches up right where we were leaving off. So I don't know why it was recorded and uploaded this way. Who knows? But holy moly, huge shout out to everyone in here becoming members or gifting memberships. Steph had started, well, Mother Pipples became a member and Steph had gifted 5. Then Steph snuck another one in there. She's just out here sprinkling some slime on people. Shay67 became a new member. DJ Vibes became a new member. And then Steph is just like, pew, pew. Thank you so much, Steph. LP322 gifted a membership. Dolly gifted a membership. Dolly, it was great to actually catch your stream yesterday. Both of my YSL streams the last 2 days ran way over 6 o'clock. Guys, the Wade Wilson, it's not really a case. It's the jail calls. So evidence. This guy, Wade Wilson, and his girl groupies are... And it seems like Wade Wilson isn't catching that it's BS, but the girl is running some scheme telling Wade Wilson that the Innocence Project, Barry Scheck, is like getting involved, trying to help him with his defense, and it's all just fake. It's a fake story. So Dolly has been unearthing some really great details here, going back through some jail calls with Wade Wilson. Are you doing it today at 6 p.m. too? Are you going to take a break from the Wade Wilson? Because we're not going to be here till 6 p.m. We could actually I could catch that today. But guys, it's just been insane, the stuff going on with that case. The things people will do for love. For love. Dolly, I don't see one scheduled. Let me know if you're going to do one. And speaking of 6 p.m., it's Friday. Nick Starrow usually does a 6 p.m. YSL panel stream on Fridays. He's changing the time. It's going to be 8 p.m. today. So let me get a link for that as well. This is Dolly here. And if you guys are just tuning in, what we're doing is we're going back to 2021 and 2022 today. We're going to be half watching like these committee meetings and press coverage where the Fulton County DA is asking for greater power, greater resources to prosecute gang crimes. And really we're looking at her rationale, the argument she's making to justify that. We're also going to be looking at some pretrial happenings. We'll get to a little bit of the first bond hearing for Jeffrey Williams and the other co-defendants, and we're going to see a lot about Christian Eppinger. And let me know in the chat, you guys, if you're familiar with Christian Eppinger, especially if you joined this trial late. Because I think if you don't know the name Christian Eppinger, you don't really know who he is, or I'm not going to keep saying, because I want you to tell me if you don't know. When you see how the press coverage of YSL and the indictment against YSL and the arrest for alleged YSL members, how all of that was playing out in 2022, you're going to see the game. You're going to see the way things work. And then let me get this panel stream with Nick Starrow. I think he put it up already. Oh, nope, he didn't schedule that either. But again, that's going to be 8 p.m., which is a little bit different. And I will be there for a little bit. And then I will be going over to Club Classy because I will need to lower my blood pressure after watching this all morning. So 3 links in the chat for things going on today. And I've got to stop because I'm typing Club Classy to find Classy Beats channel. I've adopted the name and just, it's not really the name of his show, but there we go. So hope to see you guys in the YouTube world somewhere later on today. Survivor Speaks also gifted a membership. Shout out to Survivor Speaks. You know, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and Survivor Speaks is a content creator, does a bunch of content, but also always taking the opportunity when she can to raise awareness about cancer and support those that are dealing with not just breast cancer, but are impacted in any way, personally or because a loved one is dealing with cancer. So probably one of the most incredible people out here in the YouTube space. Thank you so much for gifting. And we also have a hedgehog sighting here. So David Newth says, Hedgie says, if you guys aren't looking at your screen, but like hedgehogs, look at your screen real quick. It's not the justice system, it's the just us system. We don't care unless it bolsters our profile and our budget. Yep, the opportunity ladder. Poor folks and minorities need not apply. And I was thinking, you know, I like nice things once in a while. I'm a pretty casual person, low maintenance, but like to doll up once in a while. And I've just been watching, like, I'm like, oh, this lady has nice glasses. They all have the jewelry on. And I don't know, my brain was going there a little bit. My brain was starting to go down this road. But yeah, poor folks and minorities need not apply. And it just seems so selective. And it seems like they're capitalizing on the plight. They're using the plight of poor folks and minorities to climb. And then somehow the weapons that they're wielding harm the same people they're using to climb. It doesn't make sense. I think part 2 and part 3 are going to be good, guys. Dolly Talk sprinkling another 2. Thank you so much, Dolly. Latrice, I highlighted this because I wanted to read it. Latrice says she has a very strong argument. I love her energy. She commands the room. Too bad she's attempting to ruin lives. And I've been thinking the same thing. You know, a lot of these clips of Fani Willis, she speaks in the same way. But if you speak, you know, kind of normally, and then there's an issue, something happens, and suddenly you're like, we need to do something about this now. This is crazy. That moment where you, out of the ordinary, like a bell curve, it's an outlier. The moments where you really speak from your chest, I think that's really commanding. I think people will listen to it. But when the top of the bell curve is you always doing this, it completely loses its meaning. And then you add to it, you know, we see how this plays out 2-3 years later, and now it just feels disingenuous. So great comment here. Heart of Inspiration, great to see you, Heart of Inspiration. Hold them accountable. This is insane. By the way, I sent you a message on X. Okay, I'm going to hop over there. Can one of my mods, please, if you can, drop Heart of Inspiration's link so I can keep this moving? And I will check your message on X. I got you. Truth Always Wins says, oh man, I'm late. Hey Kat, hey chat, happy Friday. Love y'all. We love you too. Big shout out to the Happy Friday and to the chat. And then Classy Beats. See, right here, guys. That's what I'm talking about. Club Classy. We've got 10 VIP invitations right here. Classy's gifting 10. Super generous. Thank you so much. But in all seriousness, great content creator. And when I shout out Club Classy, I don't want to overshadow the regular content that Classy Beats also creates on his channel. Tons of YSL stuff. You've been talking about the Diddy case recently too. So if you guys like the topics we talk about here, you guys are going to love it over at Classy Beats. But again, the music program that he does, it puts incredibly talented new artists on the map. They get to showcase their music. Classy, you give a lot of great criticisms, not really the word, a critique, feedback. You really have a good ear for music, and I think you give people great insight how they can, you know, mix and master their song down a little bit better to make it replayable. So you're doing such a great thing, not just to showcase, but to mentor artists, and giving me a place to hang out, SteffJK a place to hang out. Elizabeth Wright, I see you over there too. Really love everything about Classy Beats community and channel. So guys, I'm not playing when I say hit that notify button for his Club Classy stream tonight at 8 p.m. and hit that subscribe button. You guys won't regret it. Elizabeth Wright says, happy Friday. Let's get these likes up. Good to see you, Elizabeth. Hit the like button, you guys. Hit the like button and we'll hit the play button on this part 2. Michelle, thank you for becoming a new member. Oh no, Chip. Chip, thank you for the 20. Chip says, I left my heart in Aruba. Is that a funny joke? Oh, is that a funny joke? And you got to be careful because if you say Aruba, somehow I think we're going to get to a Kokomo discussion in the chat. Chip, thank you so much. And where did I see you? Was it Classy Beach Stream? Maybe AV? Somewhere yesterday. I swear I think it was yesterday. You were in the chat somewhere. You were dropping so many nuggets of knowledge about the YSL case. And I can't remember. I watched so many different content creators yesterday to catch up. But Chip, you are like the amount of knowledge and trivia you have about this case is incredible. So thank you for your support. Thank you for what I think is the reference here to a Fani Willis trip. And good to see ya. And then Elizabeth Wright is gifting 5 more. We got to see how many members we've got in here today. That's incredible. Elizabeth Wright, thank you so much for the 5. 2 souls for you, dropping 1 with the sprinkle. Sheriff Chuck says, I'm going to make myself green. Good to see you, Sheriff Chuck. And I'm going to treat you like you're actually Chuck Norris. We're going to do it. Amber Donham Johnson says, whoa, nah, my fam. I saw you all over yesterday too, Amber. Good to see ya. YSL Cat and Slat Chat. That's right. That is right. So we are going to get into it. Okay, and Chip says, I was hit and missing your streams. Yeah, I saw you out there in these YouTube streets, though, which is always really awesome. You know, at the end of the day, I'm a chat lurker by heart. It's still a little weird sometimes to be the one on the screen. But, you know, I feel like we're kind of like as one. I like to get you guys up here, read what you're saying so we can feel like we're all in this. And then I'm still part of the chat, even if I'm the one on the screen. And Luis Giordano says, thank you for the gifted membership. Not sure who gave it to her, but she's giving her thanks. Oh my God, I'm not a lawyer. Hi. Okay, another one of my faves. And I know the feeling. So happy to join alive. I know the feeling. Holy moly. I'm not a lawyer, but is one of my favorite creators. And now I am not a TikTok user. I mean, I've been on TikTok before, but I don't really use it. If you guys like TikTok and wish you could see more YSL content on TikTok, you've got to find I'm Not a Lawyer But over there. She's like, you're over like 100K. Are they followers on TikTok? You're like going bananas over there. But you also have a YouTube channel, which is amazing too. Great recaps, really for every day. And sometimes I refer to you as Mel. So guys, if you hear me say Mel or I'm Not a Lawyer But, it's the same person. But seriously, one of my favorite creators, like of all time, really out here doing it. Hold on, it's 738. Wait, do you mean 738K followers on TikTok? Holy moly, if that's what you're saying. I'm gonna pull your... Oh man, you are blowing up on TikTok. That is awesome. That is like foreign world to me because I don't really use it. Wow. Guys, if you use TikTok, this is I'm Not a Lawyer, but incredible. Look at this, you guys.
YSL RICO case. This might be
Shout
the
out
video
to I'm
for
Not a
you.
Lawyer,
so
but
day 110 of the
that's
YSL RICO
incredible.
trial ended with Kenneth Copeland and the jurors being sent home early so that Copeland could connect with his new attorney. The judge and the
Where
attorneys
is my part
stayed
2?
back.
We're gonna get back to this part 2 screen. I'm so happy to hear that for you. That is incredible. I love all your content every time I see it. I just don't use TikTok, and I know you're over there, and I know tons of people love content on TikTok. So you guys get over there if you use TikTok. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And she says the Doug interview, and also Christina Weaver, court reporter. Oh, I'm so happy you're here today, Mel. Oh my goodness. And you guys, if you ever have a busy day and can't catch up, I've shouted out Cuff Boys for doing the recaps. Mel's another option for quick recaps if you need to get caught up on the days of, you know, if you missed day 138, 139, 140, but want to tune back in on day 141, catch up with Mel. Oh my goodness. So good to see you in here. And I know the feeling of like finally feeling like you make it for alive. That was me yesterday. Let's get into part 2 here, you guys. Captions on. And again, this is all the way, it's the same day as what we were just watching. It's actually July 14th. It's just uploaded on July 15th. And this is 2021. This is the Fulton County Commission on Crime. So Fani's really making her case for more funding and be open to the strategies I want to propose, which usually means broader prosecutorial power and discretion. And let's see. Let's see what we get from the second part of this.
Heard of ORCA? What does the acronym stand for? Can somebody?
I actually learned the other day after you asked me that question that ORCA is actually not an acronym. It's what they have referred to for this COVID backlog. ORCA, and I can't make this up, is a big whale. I guess they thought because this is a big problem, they would call it that. I didn't make it up, but we need those funds.
Okay. Okay. And so, Mr. County Manager, Madam CFO and COO, can you speak to this funding? And what is the situation with this $2.46 million that the DA is saying she was supposed to receive? Is she going to receive it? Is there a, I mean, explain if you can, please.
And I would ask another question if respectfully.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd ask that the chart that was sent by your representatives at those rates and those positions, if we are actually going to get that, or if we're going to keep going through this song and dance.
I don't know of a chart, so you're going to have to tell us about that, because I don't know about a chart. I haven't received, has anyone on this board received a chart of positions or something?
I'm sure they're aware of the chart.
Is there a chart, Mr. County Manager, that she's talking about that you can share with us?
I'm not sure exactly what chart she's referring to, but as we presented today, the budget for the court backlog reduction is now at 75 million versus 61. So it is fully allocated in terms of the resources that we have from the American Rescue Act. So now, I guess from a does she get it, I'll turn to Sharon, but now the process is that it's fully funded, the positions are allocated, and she has the ability to hire. But let me defer to Sharon.
Is this the sheet that you're speaking of that's coming?
Yes, Vice Chair Hall, that is the chart. These are the positions. Those were the rates of pay we were told. That was agreed upon. As you see, it is in writing, and I just want to make sure that it is honored because I did 2 transactions and already there were problems.
So who told you that this was approved? Because I don't see, I'm looking for the county manager, the chief financial officer, and the COO at least to be on here, and Hakeem, our director of finance, but I don't see any of them on here. On this email, it's coming directly from Shay Alexander, who isn't Shay still just a contractor?
Yes.
So she told you that this was approved?
Yes, we met with Mr. Adams and Ms. Alexander. We did that for months. We wrote out the positions. They met not only with my office, they met with every justice partner. We worked out the things, and then we were sent that this is the list of how you are to do things. And so then we began to do things in that order. And as I told you, transaction 1 and 2, problems already. And so those immediate 1 and 2 have been resolved, but I can't do that for transactions. I've heard you all today talk about hiring for different projects. And what I have to tell you is I've been hiring for the last 6 months, and every time it is difficult. And so I want to assure that what we said was going to be done is going to be done the way it was outlined for us.
Mr. County Manager, did you know about this document that was given to the DA and said it was approved?
Yes, ma'am. We met with the DA and discussed it with her recently. I think it was Friday.
Okay, and so it was approved then?
Well, fundamentally, what the disconnect, I guess, if you will, was Shay, and don't let me speak for you, where did Alton go? But Shay and Alton were working with all the justice partners to outline the plan for court backlog reduction. when this document was put together, to the best of my knowledge, and you can look at this and somewhat surmise this, these salaries are rounded numbers, 75,000, 53,000, 80,000. They are not precise numbers. So as the DA went forward to hire based on this, which was essentially a consultant working document from Shay Alexander, as it so happened, the first two that went forward did not have a good coordination with HR, and an offer was made to two people that's slightly above the authorized salary grade, the higher limit of the salary grade. So we did have to get together and either do one of two things: change the offer letter back to the lower number, which I don't remember, Ken, exactly what the number was, but let's say $15 less. It was an absurdly small number. Or change the position title to a higher title. And that was the decision that we collectively made.
And so are you currently working on moving forward with completing this list of hires?
Yes. So, and let me ask Sharon to speak to the plan that we gave to the DA that I think will facilitate not only better working, but elimination of any miscues.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Vice Chair Hall, the one thing that we, after the meeting with the district attorney, we have the HR staff reviewing the list to validate that the grades and the salary ranges all are in line with what our grades and salary ranges are, and that we don't have any more issues relative to that process. We've also shared with the DA from a procedures perspective, the time frame and the timeline for offers to be made, to make sure that the offer letter itself is reviewed by HR to ensure that it has all the correct language, since these are going to be time-limited positions, and that the title and the grade and the salary on the letter all agree to what's in the list. And so there were a few, I think, issues that needed to be corrected on the list, which HR and Shay Alexander and the finance department have been working on the last couple of days. It's not just the list for the district attorney. They're reviewing the entire list of all 300 plus positions for the backlog project in general, just to make sure that we don't have any other issues pop up like this. The DA just happened to be out in front on this. So we are trying to work through these issues and get her where she needs to be relative to continuing to move forward. The positions are staggered by month. And in addition to these positions, we also are working with the DA so that she can utilize her salary savings that she's accrued this year to be able to hire some additional temporary positions through the end of the year to help meet part of the need that she identified in her slide.
And so, Commissioner Hall, I want to say a couple of things right there. My brother in crime said, hey, they told me they were taking my salary savings. I said, they told me the same thing too, till I had the pleasure of seeing County Manager Anderson in the parking lot and told him that when I spoke to the commissioners, they all said that wasn't right, Commissioner, from the mighty District 6. And so after I can get to you, then things change. And so I won't speak because I want the sheriff to be able to utilize some of my time and speak, and I want to make sure you know that this is the struggle that we are going through. And quite frankly, Commissioner Hall, I've told this, I don't say anything behind someone's back, I don't say to their face. And what I have told your county manager, your employee, is I don't have the bandwidth anymore for these games. I need to get to the business of solving crime.
Oh,
and I believe the
that
sheriff
was my
wants to
fault.
address
My
you.
bad.
Sheriff.
I also wanted to take an opportunity, if you guys watched, the streams with me on the trials this week, you heard me mention Toothless Tiger had done a video really shedding a lot of wisdom on, Detective Gaither. She doesn't want her face to be shown, and they're willing to go through these hoops to try to protect Gaither's identity. But they don't protect anybody in their own community. They're not protecting these men that they're prosecuting. So that was a really great video. And I also saw that you have a live. I've got to replay that. I'm excited for it. You're going to be comparing. It says, DA Love has Judge Whitaker of the YSL trial looking like the Joker. So rather than link to one of the videos, I'm just going to link to Toothless Tiger's channel here. Seriously, so much wisdom. And so easy to listen to. So if you need something to lower your blood pressure, perfect channel for it here. Toothless Tiger, I love, love, love speaking with you, hanging out with you, and your community is really nice. So please keep creating content. And also, yes, you say here, these are the documents Ashley's trying to get. And it's so frustrating because public records should be accessible. There shouldn't be all these hoops to jump through for something that procedurally we should be able to access. And if Ashley Merchant is having trouble accessing them, what does that mean? What does that mean? For years. This is like longer than a few weeks or a few days of trying to email and find the right person to ask. Ashley Merchant already knows the people she's supposed to be asking, and she's still running into roadblocks. She can't get answers. So if Ashley Merchant can't do it, what does that mean for someone that might need to request a public record, doesn't know the system, doesn't know the procedures, doesn't know bureaucracy, and they need to get a records request for some whatever purpose, whatever it is, and they can't do it? It's not right. And by the way, guys, that there was supposed to be a hearing for the public records hearing that Ashley Merchant's been doing. That was supposed to be on the 2nd. I believe she said it was moved to the 11th. I'll pull up her Twitter and see in the meantime. But great reminder here, Toothless Tiger. Also, big shout out. I see all these sprinkles here from FFS. FFS is going bananas. So guys, if you want to drop an FFS in the channel, it's a good opportunity to, you know, get away with a little cursing. FFS, thank you so much. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like I'm counting Tootsie Pop licks. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So guys, especially if you got a gifted membership, make sure you're saying thank you. Oh, what a good time. And now I want a Tootsie Pop. I almost bought some today. I saw some Halloween candy, but I don't eat that much candy, so I said, let me not even bring it into my house. And then I think, is this another one? I don't know if this is another one or if I'm just losing my sight here. There we go. There's a 12. FFS. Holy moly. Thank you so much for your commentary as always and for being so generous in your support of so many channels. And then, yes. Oh man, FFS. Did she just say brother in crime? Great choice. And I wonder if this guy standing here like really even actually likes her. Or if she's just treating him like a prop. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? And look at all this. All the love. Thank you, guys. FFS. Flesh of the Gods put the umbrella here. Also, Flesh of the Gods. Yesterday was past my bedtime. I was so tired. So I missed your rewind. But are you doing another one? If not today, maybe this weekend? Yeah, and you guys are saying a prop. like what if he's sitting there like, I don't even know you, lady. Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna have one. Sounds good, because I can stay up pretty late on a Saturday. I was winded yesterday. I was like, oh, that's scheduled for 9. I started cooking at 8. I think I gave myself the itis. I don't even really remember going to sleep. I just fell asleep. Whew. And then Steph, thank you so much, SteffJK, gifting another 5. So you guys are so generous. We got the Steph FS combo over here. I think this is another one from FFS. Thank you so much, you guys. And JC also says, thanks for the great content. Know I can always come here and get great info. Love that, JC. And also, again, it's not me. It's not just the videos. The chat is so knowledgeable. Like, there's always something new to learn. Dixie Doodles is also asking, why is court off all next week? I think there might have been a mix-up, and there's supposed to be court without the jury present. So they're supposed to be going over motions at least Wednesday and Thursday. I don't know if they're going to do that next Friday or if they're going to just have no court at all on Friday. So there should still be at least 2 court days, Wednesday and Thursday next week for motions. But I think between the scheduling for different Jewish holidays that are being observed, plus Fulton County's school fall break, they're kind of like, well, now that we realize it, there'd be like one day that the jury would come in. So rather than have them have like a week off, come in for one day and then have another week off, let's just give them the block. So I'm not really sure on the rationale. I don't think anyone has the exact rationale, but that's probably it. Probably it. And thank you again so much, JC. Always good to see you. Another person I love seeing, not just here, but on X too. I see you on X a bunch. And guys, by the way, if you guys use X, this is a great time. If you guys want to say what your X handle is and connect with each other. I know not everybody uses X, but for those that do, it's like nice to be able to find people that are talking about the same subject. So feel free to share your X name in the chat. If you drop a link and you're not a mod, YouTube won't show your comment to other people. So you've got to just type the handle. Don't try to drop a link, but share your X account and follow each other. It's a good time over there sometimes. Lots of good clips. And then Michelle Warden, thank you so much for the super. So let's get into this here. Let's see what Fani and her partner in crime, her brother in crime right here, are going to tell us.
Flipbot.
I want to do everything in proper order. Let me be clear. First of all, thank you, Madam DA. And I said this repeatedly, we got the baddest DA in the country.
Yes, indeed.
Brother in crime? Or...
So the line, I didn't just come up here to be cute. And this vest is for a reason, because I had a county commissioner say that sometimes sheriffs talk big. So I don't play one on TV. I am the sheriff of Fulton County. I'll be on the street tonight fighting crime.
Yeah.
We started putting people on the street long before tonight, working with APD, working with Georgia State Patrol, creating a scorpion team that's gonna fight crime. We're gonna give, I told Madam DA, we're gonna fill your desk up. We're gonna fight crime and we're going after these bad guys. Some of y'all thought I was playing. I don't have a fancy PowerPoint. I will ask for permission to be on the next board meeting. Can y'all put that in whatever the 28-day cycle is? Because when I first started, I said, I learned that I had to be 40 days ahead of the conversation to even come speak to y'all. See, I'm not used to that.
What?
Let me back up and say thank y'all. Thank you for coming to visit. Thank you for having the conversations. Thank you for the $6.8 million. Let me be clear that I had to get 4 votes on, right? I can do the math. Only to find out later, it wasn't a pay raise, it was a salary adjustment. Let me be clear. We are underpaid and overworked. I had 15 people in the last 30 days leave the Fulton County Jail as detention officers to go work somewhere else. I text you every time I see Sandy Springs offering $7,000 to come work for us and a $3,000 relocation fee. Cobb County offering $5,000 and a $2,000 relocation fee. It's a tough time to be in law enforcement.
Do you guys hear, like, I guess it's a lady by the media pool, either the one operating the camera or sitting real close to it. She's hearing those offers from the Sandy Springs Police Department. She's like, oh, okay. She's going to quit her job and get into a new industry.
Wow.
But each and every one of you call me when you're going up Bankhead Highway and it's nothing but ATVs blocking the street. But I can't get a Bearcat after I go through the process. Well, Mr. Davis, thank you, I appreciate that. Of playing you all's games in finance, because that's all they are. Everybody wants to move the goalpost when we get to the end. It ain't your money. It's been approved here, and I'm going to spend it accordingly. And the next time, Ms. Whitmore, and I've sent you emails, I appreciate you responding.
Forget, I mean, sheriff's an elected position, right? Like, that's everywhere, right? Like, every district elects their sheriff, right? So that's why, Loa. That's why he sounds like a politician.
Eventually, and let me be clear, when I sign my name as the sheriff, which one of y'all, when you sign something on your staff, write a check, Ms. Whitmore and her team rejects? Because we just haven't done it that way. When I work a deal to get a Bearcat so that I don't have an MRAP breakdown on Georgia 400 on the way to a SWAT call where a guy has been charged with killing 28 people. Ends up killing himself. My MRAP sitting on the side of the road. But I put a plan together, following the rules. Mr. County Manager, I appreciate it. We have a relationship. That's what this county's not used to. We talk 2-3 times a week.
Right.
We talk, and I appreciate that. But what we have is a bad culture.
Terrible culture.
And we need to figure out how to fix it. When I signed something, I was elected to do it. I'm gonna manage my budget, I promise you. But don't tell me that these salary savings I can't use to do other things proactively. When I've heard for 2 years, I ran for 2 years, and what you heard was the sheriff just didn't really come to the board. He didn't talk. I would encourage you to understand this, and this is not you all's fault, let me be clear. Because as I've churned and overturned Plymouth Rock, what I found is the rock landed on you. You didn't land on Plymouth Rock. And so what you were getting was bad information. And so when I come to you and tell you that I got a K-9 unit, that in the middle of a search, the unit goes bad, we got to borrow one from Clayton County because it doesn't have air conditioning. My dogs deserve better. When I tell you, and again, thank you, I appreciate the conversations around the jail. And I appreciate the passion in which the county commission has said to the city, we got to do better. And we will. And we absolutely will. But let me tell you about the equipment. I ordered rifles the SWAT team hadn't had in years. And somewhere along the process, be it my folks, be it finance, we ordered $90,000 worth of rifles, the best equipment you can get. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody in finance said we had to send the sights out for the rifle. Let me put that in. You look through a sight to make sure you can hit the target down range. But because of our processes, 30 days later, the sights are approved. And guess what? They're approved by the same vendor. We have a flawed culture. It is time we fix it. And if you don't believe we out here fighting crime, come meet me in Metropolitan tonight, right? You don't believe we out here fighting crime, meet me out at Fulton Industrial. We put the necessary resources in place, but it's like pulling teeth. It is absolutely absurd. I do want to give a shout out to the county attorney and her team. The 11th Circuit ruled in our favor today. Hopefully you can give the board some update on that, because it's good news about how we treat people. See, I didn't just get in here to walk around. We are going to handle our business. I am going to bring you the facts. And Commissioner Hausman, I appreciate you asking for the facts. But we are going to bring you what you need in the next board meeting, right? That will show you that we are $20 to $30 million understaffed if you want to have a true sheriff's office in your county. We are partnering with all 15 cities to include colleges to get the best training we can get to give our citizens what they need and deserve. See, what I come to learn is that you being plural, in many instances, didn't understand the breadth and aspect of what the sheriff's office actually does on a daily basis. I appreciate the additional conversations so that we can, but now we're 6 months in. The education is gone and we need your help. So I wasn't privy, and I appreciate Alton and Shay in the conversations around this rescue money. But when I said I needed 50 deputies and it comes back on that chart that I'm getting 15, somebody didn't hear me. Or the allocation of funds simply was not done appropriately. I don't get it. I come.
Oh, Leslie Colley, yes. This is the guy that has spent thousands of dollars a year on flowers. And to be fair, right, that's like a police officer falls, they do the funeral arrangements, but like the amount that they spent on flowers and sending flowers to family members, like I get that it's a gesture that probably should be done. That's a sensitive line of work. You lose someone because of your line of duty. I think it's a justifiable expense to send like a condolence and have a flower and help pay for the funeral arrangements. But the amount that they spent was a little bit more than seemed to line up with the number of officers killed in the line of duty. Tons of money spent on flowers. And guys, I don't know if Leslie just read about it or watched it, but I watched this with Tabiz TV, going over the budgets and the press statement from the contractors at the Fulton County Jail and the sheriff responding to why they weren't paying that contract and how they needed more money to pay that contract. And Tabiz went and looked at like the line item budget spending. I think it was just for the 2023 fiscal year. A little bit insane. And so yes, this is that guy. Pat Labat. This is that guy. This is that guy.
I'm from good government. And I'll tell you publicly what I've said. The city's behind five years behind the rest of the world, and the county's 10 years behind that. You don't get it because you breathe rarefied air, right? Everything you get in here from this board over.
You guys in the chat are funny. And I broke it pulling up Tabiz's channel.
Right? Outside personal meetings is, yes, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner. This is what we'll do to fix it, Commissioner. And so we thought it, my sister and I thought it our duty to give you what we honestly said we were going to give you from the beginning of taking office, is the hard facts, the truth. I appreciate the time. I do indeed. I appreciate you taking my call, Commissioner Hall, every time. I appreciate Chairman, every meeting we have, no one has not been responsive to the call. It's time to vote. It's time to put the rubber on the road. It is time to invest in public safety, and not just on the telephone. It is time for us to really show the citizens of Fulton County what a sheriff's officer can be, what a DA's office can be, if properly resourced. It's simple as that. It's simple as that. And so while the notion was, not notion, the facts were, we didn't get a chance to transition. But you didn't either believe in us when we said the fat meat was greasy, or you wanted to give a test of time. We're 6 months in. And it is time for us to look beyond where we are. I was so happy the other day, I printed it off, I sent it to your office, and I'll make sure everybody has a copy when the president said we can use this rescue money to fight crime. Let me give you an example of what this looks like. Look at the largest sheriff's office in the Southeast. We use these things that we call tag readers. We mount them to cars, $17,000 a piece, right? For the whole setup. We have the sum total of one vehicle that can read tags. And it's broken down. So when I work with Joe, Director, I'm sorry. When I worked with Director to put together the equipment I needed, we got women and men out here protecting the best we can, and we're not resourcing them. You heard the DA early on, and you mentioned it, Madam Commissioner, about vests, right? I got vests that are expiring. The expiration date long gone. And maybe some of y'all thought this was for show, but I can't go to a funeral because of a vest. I refuse to. And maybe it's a culture that you just were not informed. I don't know what the answer is. But what you will get is transparency. What you will get is honesty. But we need, somewhere along the lines, Mr. County Manager, the understanding that when the DA and the sheriff, we're elected just like you, right? See, some of y'all are confused, and maybe this is for the audience, because every time you say sheriff's department, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. I don't run a department. I run a sheriff's office. And it's insulting to say otherwise. So I say that to say, here's the good news in all of this.
I like her back here.
We on the way up. we don't have nowhere else to go but up. Let me be clear. Let me be clear with my choices, right? But the DA laid it out for you. My heart breaks every time you see someone get killed in Fulton County. But let me take it a step further, and I'm gonna wrap this up. I got a secondary phone. That phone is tied into 911. That 911 system goes off every night. Every night. In Atlanta alone, and DA can give you the rest of the 14 cities. In Atlanta alone, somebody's either shot or stabbed, carjacked or robbed. Every night.
Or trafficked.
Or trafficked. Every night. Every night. And we have an obligation to do better. We took a duty, we took an oath to do better. And we want to be good partners in doing it. But I'm afraid sometimes you all don't get the whole story. And so we thought it necessary to come and have that conversation. And so I'm going to get out the way of my
Thank you, Mr. Sheriff.
And I certainly appreciate
So,
it.
Commissioner Hall, because
Yes.
I know you said you like receipts. See, I've been watching you all day.
Yes, ma'am.
When the DA has an assistant chief clerk, stand up, please, that spends 1,000+ hours and 28 meetings to try to get an evidence facility straight, to do the architect, to work with who are supposed to be our partners, and does it along with 1,000 hours with the sheriff, and also the attendance of 28 meetings. And we are guaranteed to be on this agenda for the 14th, because if we don't get this facility, cases are gonna get overturned. And then no one even gives us the respect to call and say it's not on the agenda, we're not gonna deal with it. Although when I met with Commissioner Morris and Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Hausman, they all said, but you told us about this in January. Exactly. And since January, we've been doing the work. See, if my people treat any one of you like this is what they can each tell you. They're gonna be fired that day. I'll deal with the consequences later. So I'm asking you to get your staff together so me and my brother can stop being treated like this.
I'm so sorry because I didn't see anything about evidence facility on this agenda,
You're the
nor.
one that told me.
any, I told you I didn't see anything. I didn't know anything about it. And so I just want to make sure that I get all my answers. I did hear Madam CFO say that the salary savings that you have would be used, that you will be able to use them. And I just want to make sure this amount on here is correct. Is $641,000 in salary savings, Madam CFO?
We calculated 617 for the salary
I'll take the
savings.
617 because I was told I can't use anything.
All right, so 617 it is, going once, going twice. All right, and so you're gonna move forward with these positions to help the district attorney try these cases, because I heard you loud and clear when you said that over 1,000 people could bond out and get back in the streets, and these are serious crimes. These are not just, I jaywalked, I spit on the ground, I'm loitering. These are serious crimes, and I don't want to see not one of those people get released out just because we didn't do what we needed to do financially for your office. That makes no sense whatsoever.
Commissioner Hall, I would ask with my brother that I could be on the next agenda so that the other pot that I want to deal with, because we have been strictly told that money is for COVID, and it's all right because I have enough to do with COVID, that we can ask for the other 2.5 that I referenced in the PowerPoint to deal with the rest of the cases. And so I would ask to be on your agenda.
So let me ask that, Alton never came back. Well, let me ask this question, Mr. County Manager. In the COVID-19 plan that we just passed, it says that there's a court case backlog line item, but it only is speaking to cases. Can we add a line that specifically addresses these areas for the sheriff and Madam DA? And can someone confirm if we can use, whether or not we can use ARPA funds for what they're looking for? Because as I stated in the last meeting in June, reading the ARPA website information, it said specifically that President Joe Biden set aside these funds that can be used toward law enforcement and can be used toward preventing violence and funding peace. So I would like to see that you go back and add a line for these things and let us know what can we fund through ARPA so that we can at least have something to move forward.
Okay. Commissioner Harrington?
Okay.
I would love to hear Mr. Herman and Ms. Whitmore why they are here right now. I would love to know why we are here at this hour. Why are they frustrated that why would you tell them they can't get their salary savings? Why would you not expedite their hires? She said coming in, she's gonna get rid of 70 people and hire 130 people. We've been knowing that for 9 months. So how do we get to this point where she's out trying to hire people and we're having hiccups? I want to say it's unintentional.
They cut this out in the middle of it and jumped to another part 3. So I don't know if it's that's why, because I don't think it's me. I think it's this video that's doing that.
But then when I look on the agenda and I see Commissioner Hausman talking about, oh, we passing the lowest millage rate ever. Fuck the lowest millage rate. We got to get these people locked up. They got to be arrested. I don't give a darn about no damn low millage rate. Where's the money that the DA's office needs? Where's the money that the sheriff's office needs? Where is the cooperation that they need? It's not even really the money. Where's the cooperation? They gotta spend 1,000 hours to negotiate a damn lease, and then gotta come down here and wait 10 hours to fucking speak, and y'all won't give them the money that they need? You won't cooperate with them to give them to be able to hire the people that they need? That's preposterous, Mr. County Manager. Please make sure that this never happens again. But see, when somebody sneaks the lowest millage rate ever on the agenda.
First of all, I want to give my
All right, so it doesn't really, they put this into 3 parts, so it jumps over here after that. And I'm going to link to these 2 in case you guys want to bookmark them. I have a playlist of YSL pretrial stuff with clips from, I really only watched clips of these that were covered by the news. And I have a separate playlist of these, like Fani speaking to Senate or to County Commission, And I have to go in my settings and make that public. I don't know, it was created as a private list, but I'll share both playlist links if you guys want to watch these clips anytime. Because you never know when you might want to go back and pull one of these. This is going to be for part 3 that I just dropped in the chat right now. And again, it's all from this July 14th, 2021 Fulton County Commission on Crime. So we heard they get the $671K. This is July 2021. I saw you guys mention in the chat. Did that all go to Nathan, who was hired on November 1st, 2021? So I don't know. And I'm sure they don't have a line item recording or accounting for where this spending went to, right? And we won't really know because this is still some of the stuff that Ashley Merchant and I'm sure others have requested records on. So it's all up in the air what actually happened with it. So I don't know. Let's see what else he's saying here, this guy. We've been doing 1.25.
Now I really start to question motives and now I really start to question.
Let me close part 2. Maybe it'll cooperate better if we don't have both open.
Now I really start to question motives.
Maybe the stream's like, please stop the yelling. Please stop.
And intentions. This is not, I've said this for the last 4 or 5 years. This is not how you set a budget. You don't set a millage rate and then you find out how much you got to use. First, you find out how much the DA's office needs, how much the sheriff's office needs, how much these other departments need, and then set the budget. You set your budget based off of needs. Oh, this is what we had last year. Oh, we're trying to get the millage rate low again. Oh, we don't care if 1,500 rapists and murderers go running free. We want to have the lowest millage rate ever. Let all the rapists out. Let all the murderers out. We want to have a low millage rate. That doesn't make any sense. Cooperate with these people. They shouldn't have to come here, Mr. Herman, Ms. Whitmore. They should not have to come here and beg for money. So, can anybody tell me why this evidence building is not on the agenda today? No one? No one? Has anyone ever heard of the building before?
So, Commissioner Arrington, I'm not sure why the original, Madam D, I'll address you as well, Commissioner. I'm not sure why the original evidence facility was not on the agenda today. We met with your staff not a week ago to view the consolidated warehouse that
I don't know anything about a consolidated warehouse. My brother doesn't know anything about a consolidated warehouse. I'm not sure that I would approve a warehouse with departments I'm investigating, but when you don't consult the DA and you have her staff spend 1,000 hours and 28 meetings and his staff spend 1,000 hours and 28 meetings on the warehouse we were told would be on the agenda, and madam, I want to be really respectful, we were asked in June to be on the agenda. And we listened and deferred to your staff who said what the county manager, these people will want is not just the warehouse, but also they're going to want to know about how much money is on improvements. And so me and the sheriff's men agreed, okay, we'll wait till the July 14th menu so we can give these people the full picture. And then I got to go meet with Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Hausman, Commissioner Pitts, Commissioner Ellis, and they all saying.
Yeah, all those people you didn't cut off. You got to meet with all those other people. So how about you, instead of saying how you have to meet with all of them, how about you let this woman over there finish her question and address her question?
What are you talking about? It's not on the agenda. It's disingenuous. It makes me not trust you, and it makes me talk to them. And that's the truth.
And I understand that, DA Willis, and I apologize for there was a clear lack of communication because I believe from the presence of your staff that you were aware about the consolidated warehouse we were discussing.
I never agreed to a consolidated warehouse, and nor did the.
Okay, this just reminds me of when someone gets questioned, like, are you cheating on me? And they like, hey, I noticed that, this other person was looking for you. They were being really flirty, something, la, 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 la. And hold on, they cut you off. How dare you even insinuate that I would be unfaithful or cheat on you? Like, that's the dynamic of how this just went. And this woman over here, she's like, I'm sorry. This is supposed to be professionals.
The sheriff, and he can speak for himself.
I understand. We will revisit that discussion and bring the item forward for the evidence facility we were previously discussing.
Okay, you finished, Commissioner? All right, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay.
The same reason is when we can pass an
flies
agenda
over
item
there.
in March and the county manager can bring it back, a plan that doesn't have it on it. I've been talking about this.
So that's it. That question's just squashed. What happened to the evidence facility? That's it. There's no answer. I thought we were going to set an agenda today and talk about the evidence facility. We have no answer, no clarity. Even though this is the County Commission on Crime. Do you think how we store evidence, where we keep evidence, might be an integral part of us cleaning up how we pursue crime, how we pursue prosecutions, how we could work towards clearing a backlog? Guess it's not important.
This culture since day one. I've been ridiculed about it. I've been said I'm loud and wrong, you know, but this culture we have, we can't get mortgage assistance. We can't.
I'm mad. I'm sitting here mad about that. All right, lady. Spit it out. And again, this is 2021. So we don't have that indictment come down. All right, I broke it. I broke it. Where were we? 3 minutes, 52 seconds in.
Now I really start the questions.
We get him again. Man, like a good question and we don't get an answer. We just go back to the people we've already heard speak for a combined, 20 plus minutes.
Mortgage assistance. We can't get nonprofit assistance. We can't get all these things. We can't, the DA office can't get what she needs. The sheriff can't get what he needs. But more importantly, this culture of lying to elected officials when they're telling you what their needs are and you blowing smoke. Now, I know we don't want to hear that, and I know here I'm supposed to be loud and wrong, but I'm loud and right. Because the culture I walked into here is one of tell them anything to get them out your face, point blank. And this is where the rubber hits the road because, well,
this is not the place for your personal offense. Like, if you are personally offended by something, you need to keep that out of a public forum like this. This is stupid.
Welcome to Fulton County, where we're not going to give you help with mortgage. We're not going to give you nonprofit assistance. We're not going to take crime seriously. We're not going to take crime, and I commend you, Sheriff, because you're trying to do criminal justice reform. You're a cutting edge. Welcome to Fulton County, where we can't do any of the things to make the county better, but we can give the county manager an $11,000 bonus. Shame on Fulton County. This is where the rubber hits the road. You are lying to these elected officials. You're not holding your colleagues accountable. And then we come down here every meeting, get a check for coming down here, lying to the public, lying to the elected officials, and they can't do their job. But we can get an $11,000 bonus. Shame on you. Welcome to Fulton County.
All right, Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Ellis, it's 8:40 now, 8 o'clock. And we've heard a lot today, and we got a lot to talk about prior to that next meeting. But let's
Yes,
get it
sir.
all on the table.
Yes, sir, Mr.
Vice
Chairman.
Chair and
I just want to make sure that the county manager and county executives are going to provide us with the information that I requested, because before I could even finish or they didn't even respond, we had moved on to the next speaker. So I'd like an acknowledgement of at least if you can take care of that. No one said anything before Commissioner Arrington spoke. Are you going to be able to provide that information?
I can respond. Whatever you're requesting, Commissioner Hall will provide you before the next meeting.
And bring the millage rate back after you provide the information.
We already voted on that.
We're going to vote on it again.
Commissioner Ellis.
Just sort of 2 or 3 questions. Well, first off, I just want to say this. Thanks for coming down. I appreciate the remarks. I do think we can and need to reach a point where we have conversations that don't look like this, that allow things to get facilitated and work to get done. And I'm not going to point fingers at anybody in terms of where the breakdown lies on this. I think it's important that we move ahead and move ahead in that spirit. We're not each other's enemies. I think we're all fully aware of what all the crime issues are. Certainly you deal with them and see them day to day and have a different viewpoint on those than each of us. And I get that, but we all recognize where we are with it. and are fully intent on doing something about it, from our management team to this board and certainly to you all. We did just approve today, $75 million of expenditures, that will be spent over the next 2.5 years, I guess, or two and a quarter, I guess. Is that it? Right? I guess my ask in terms of our staff, it would be to ensure that all of the justice partners, not just our sheriff and our DA, understand what that means for them, and that we're all on the same page on that. Hopefully that's the case, but it seems to me like there's maybe some disconnects with that. Maybe some of that means because we've just been trying to get this thing fully assimilated and numbers down on paper and then get it approved by us. It was approved today. Nobody was holding it up. Everybody wanted to do it. We wanted to do it at the last meeting. We wanted to ensure that it fell under these guidelines, and it does, and we certainly all want us to move ahead on this as quickly as possible. So my ask of the management team certainly is to ensure that everybody understands kind of what their components, individual components of this are. I know this issue of salary savings, I hope that was never was communicated that to any department that they can't use salary savings, but maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, maybe there was miscommunication around it, but I do think whether it's whether our sheriff's office or other departments, that everybody have a full understanding of what the rules are around using salary savings, because that's been a breakdown at different points in time. So I do think if we could have those guidelines spelled out for everybody, it's the same, they understand it, understand what the rules are, right? So that there's not confusion around that. And then, and I think as we move forward with all of this, it's what are the numbers in front of us? Anecdotes I think are important. The emotion of it behind is fine, but really the hard data is important too. We've talked about this in terms of the efficiency of our court system. And this, gets outside of our sheriff and DA even, and stuff we've had conversations around before. And courts got shut down, and realized that changed. But that we continue, that we get in a pattern of looking at that and looking at that data over and over and over and over, so that we are making the right investments and making the right resource allocation that's needed. And that we're not dealing in the anecdotal, that we're dealing in the facts. And we're dealing in the facts and making a difference in the lives of our citizens. So,
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick request while we're asking, right? And this is not the fault of anyone here. Our radio system, and I just learned this today, Mr. County Manager, when we send people to go pick up extradited inmates or go do extraditions outside of Fulton County, we can't even communicate. Only to be held hostage to a Motorola contract that says, in order for it to work, it's going to cost us another $400,000 or $500,000. So if we could look into that, I certainly would love to have that conversation. And Ms. Whitmore, I'd love to publicly ask for our teams to be able to meet in person so that we can too drill down on these cost savings, these salary savings, and use that accordingly. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I appreciate it.
Let's sum up here now. Commissioner Houseman wants to be recognized, and then we'll.
Just briefly.
This is a great point here. Thank you, Toothless Tiger. Toothless Tiger's reminding us, as we just had a sheriff back on the screen. He bought a $200,000 Sprinter van and she bought 20 SUVs. And remember, we learned a lot that they have security details, and that's not really abnormal for a district attorney, especially a district attorney in dealing with high-profile cases. But when we speak about something like this, $200,000 Sprinter van, 20 SUVs, what is the fine line between the appropriate spending that you're doing for a security detail for yourself and getting these vehicles for your brother? So while you're also getting a maybe necessary to some degree security detail for yourself. And then as Chip, I'm telling you, man, Chip has so much knowledge on this case as well, tacking right onto what Toothless Tiger's saying here. Fonnie's office paid over $100,000 for the Sprinter van, and nobody knows where it is. But who watched the YSL trial this week? With Gaither. Love was asking Gaither to explain the difference between a Sprinter van and a regular van, as if there's something nefarious about somebody paying the extra money to have a Sprinter van. But hello? Is that there's just so much projection. Every time I see a stupid little detail like that normally would not stand out to me, who cares, right? Sprinter van, whatever. But because in the YSL trial, we see this nitpicky attention to detail with a nefarious implication. I want to apply that same attention to detail and be nitpicky when it comes to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office and how they're spending their money, and the Sheriff's Office and how they're using their budget. Where are these assets going? My goodness, my goodness. AK says, are these people screaming about the trial? So this is 2021, and this is about the Commission on Crime. So it's related. And if we put it in a retrospective lens of the YSL trial, that's why it's particularly interesting to do this rewind on. So good to see you, AK. Ms. 2T's, good to see you, says, according to Fani's running mate, there's over 3,000 to 4,000 grape kits that haven't been tested because she spent all of the money on the YSL case. Now, before a lot of people found this channel, I had done a video on it. This ORCA funding that we heard about, and there's a little bit of extra funding in the mix for that too, but a huge portion of it came from this ORCA funding. And this is for SANE test kits. That's the SA, sexual assault, everything that you're a victim, you get tested. They're supposed to test certain things. We're supposed to store that evidence. We never really got an answer about this evidence facility at this commission hearing. 98% of the funding from ORCA for these test kits is not accounted for. Just not accounted for. 98%. And that's ORCA money. I don't think that's a great thing to mess with. I don't think it's very smart to mess with federal spending and not have any accounting for it. Because that's why you have, these like Jim Jordan sending letters, and these people are sending letters like, we want to look at your records for the spending on where this money went. Not really a smart thing to mess with, but if you're willing to mess with ORCA funding for a cause like clearing the backlog, so you can prosecute and bring justice to victims of SA and rape and other horrific crimes. If you're willing to treat that funding carelessly, to me, my only answer is you're just bold. You're acting boldly because you've been able to do it and you've been doing it all along. 98% unaccounted for, that funding. Oh, just a whole mess. It's like so many layers here. And it's crazy because, these things are recorded, but this isn't the case for other counties that could be in just as bad of shape as far as the integrity, the transparency. Thank you so much for the 5, Ms. 2Ts. FFS is out here sprinkling again, dropping another one and then another one. Thank you so much. Stephen T. Satchel said, hold on, I want to sprinkle in the mix. Thank you so much, Stephen. Good to see ya. Miss Unforgettable 1982 says, why has it been going on so long? I don't know. I really think that the elections are honeymoon syndrome. We vote for people we think that are going to change. We believe them when they come along, and then they don't deliver. And I do think it's hard to tell between when you're not used to seeing somebody be passionate every time they talk, and now the passion doesn't really seem genuine after a while. Around election season, when it's your first time hearing about somebody and you see they're passionate, I think it's really compelling to voters. They have honeymoon syndrome. They're looking through it with rose-colored glasses. I want to get rid of this other person so bad that everything's going to be rosy. We're going to get this new person in here and everything's going to be great. And that doesn't really play out, but most people also start to tune out of things until the next election season runs along. So I think there's a lot of reasons why it could be going on for so long. But I think a big part of it is it's hard to tell when someone's BSing you, when it's the first time you're really hearing them speak and learning who they are. But then they get into office and now they're there. And as far as re-election, I don't know how that's going to go. I no longer live in Fulton County, so I don't have a vote in that race. But it's just crazy to see all around. And if nothing else, I would like to see the accounting for where this money's actually going to. The $671K to help our prosecutors. Where's that going to? Oh man, FFS giving another one. Thank you so much, FFS. And then FFS gifted 5. Holy moly, FFS. I gotta drop an FFS in the chat. A big FFS for FFS. Incredibly generous. Okay, this is awesome. So Toothless Tiger also says, Kat, they gave her $2 million for the kits. I have several videos showing the invoices for the 20 SUVs that are unaccounted for and the checkbook showing her spending and budget. Yeah, let's do that. I love your content, and especially these accountings, these throwbacks, because it can be pretty hard to try to Google, and you can't just go to the Fulton County Open Records because you're not going to get much information there. A lot of it is not filled out. So yes, an open records thing for Fulton County exists, but you can't see that much information on there. Half of it's missing. So I'm dropping Toothless Tiger's link in the chat. If you could take a second, hop over there, hit that subscribe button, check out some of her content, and then come back over here. Like, it's just crazy. Everyone's saying FFS. Shout out to FFS. Oh, man. Chip says, Willis paid Nathan Wade $750K in about 18 months. They went on vacations in Napa Valley, the Caribbean, and Fonnie claims she paid him back in cash. And what I think is crazy is, you know, maybe there was a point in time where a lot of people were willing to give that some grace, although they thought it was a little bit fishy. But when you put all of this together, you put all the puzzle pieces together, like the sketch meter, the sus radar starts to beep a little bit too much, a little faster. You put all the pieces together and there's nothing that looks good about it. And I really started with the Fonnie Willis thing. I was like, you know what? I think she just shouldn't have rushed up there and put herself on the stand. You know, and obviously if she's an attorney, she should probably know that she would advise somebody not to rush up there and get on the stand. But, you know, not everybody takes their own advice. So back then I was kind of like, well, I think that's going to be a mistake for her. And that's kind of how I looked at it. But now in retrospect, I'm like, you went up there and started talking about Grey Goose and caviar. Nobody would have heard you say that if you didn't put yourself up there. And now when I'm watching all this stuff about the funding, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking Grey Goose and caviar. Like, you were like reliving your memories while talking about how you didn't make those memories with public funding. It just seems like you couldn't help but brag a little, now that I look back at it in retrospect. So, oh man. Oh man. For always, forever, for life. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. Always love to see you. You're another person I consider a friend in the other YouTube chats. Love to see you everywhere. Gigi, thank you for the 2. FFS said this about the sheriff. Is he Nathan's replacement? Definitely smashing. Yeah, the brother thing, I don't get it. She's saying that so intently. Like, is there actually a blood relationship there? Because he keeps calling her Madam DA, which I think, you know, you're in a forum, you're in a public forum. The role, the title is important. Like, Fonnie Willis is a DA asking for funding for her whole unit. So it makes sense, and it should be. We're addressing people by their title. And she just keeps saying my brother. And it's just, is there even a relationship? And if there was a blood relationship there, maybe at one point you might mention who's also my brother, but wouldn't you want to make it clear this is the sheriff? Sheriff Labate, Sheriff Labat, Sheriff Labat. Like, use the title, especially since the title is important here. You're asking for money and resources for a department. I don't know. Doesn't make sense. And Toothless Tiger says, I said the same thing. I did brother in crime. Like, are they actually? In any way, shape, or form? Yeah, no blood relationship. Like, I shouldn't even have to be asking that question. Because when I first heard it, I'm like, oh, it's just a colloquialism, right? It's like, my brother, my friend. But then she kept saying it. I'm like, well, why does she keep saying it? They're just really dorky. Oh, man. And then Josie says, they are so entitled and disrespectful grandstanders. Yeah, and I was actually pretty happy at the end there, when we're about to get into it. You know, we didn't actually get to hear from the person who's actually finally trying to address this evidence hall, this evidence facility. So we'll see if they actually address that before part 3 ends. But I'm glad it was at least acknowledged. You guys trampled all over that poor woman who was trying to address something important. We didn't actually get to hear from her. You made her apologize. I agree, Josie. And FFS is really out here going bananas. Another 5 from SSS. FFS. KC Dog says Scorpion Team is a bad name. Rest in peace to Tyree Nichols. And same thing, like the Red Dogs also kind of sounds like, you know, I don't know. I understand like unity and wanting to have like good spirits in your team, your division, but I don't really want a team calling themselves the Red Dogs or Scorpion Team being the ones that have the power to go after people in the streets that they perceive as being potentially criminal. So, and there was another comment I had bookmarked, and I think I might have unticked it, or maybe I didn't tick it in. Oh, no, it's here. Okay. So Marcus Watts had said, Supreme Court has ruled that the police have no duty to protect civilians. Now, what's really interesting, and I didn't get to really look at the case background, I saw it on X today from Matthew Segal, that a writ of certiorari was granted for a Fourth Amendment case. So the reasonableness, police force, unreasonable force. So the Supreme Court's actually going to be weighing legal questions relating to unreasonable force by police officers. So, and you know, the Supreme Court moves kind of slow, so this will be a few weeks for this. I'll drop a link to this in the chat. I don't know the case background, but just saw this and think it's really, really interesting and hope maybe we get some positive outcomes from it. So here's a link to this here. So we'll see what happens after the Supreme Court actually hears this and makes a decision. Back over here. And then big thank you. The beautiful Amy E. The beautiful, talented, kind, smart Amy E. Thank you so much for gifting 20. If you guys could drop some blue hearts in the chat, that would be super amazing. That would be super amazing. And I always hate, I can never do emojis on StreamYard. Let me get this blue heart real quick. There we go. Super, super awesome. And again, 8 p.m. And it's technically Classy Beach Show, but Amy sponsors so many artists. So if you guys hang out with Club Classy tonight, 8 p.m., listen to some music, Amy E is going to become someone you know very well. Super generous person, kind person. Let's show some, look at that. Look at you guys. Love to see it. Love to see it. Yeah, Amy the goat. Super, super awesome. And then if you, I know Steph's probably on it. There you go. So Steph just dropped a link in the chat. Thank you so much, Steph, to the 8 p.m. stream with Club Classy. Again, I'll be a little late to that because Nick Starro, who's also in the chat, is going to be doing his panel stream. So I'm going to be over there for a little bit, and then I'll be heading over to Club Classy. And, oh, perfect. So I was like, where's Nick's chat? I didn't see what it said. But Nick says, new time for Friday panel show, 8 p.m. Eastern. I have a surprise guest on, an attorney who has spoken in front of the Supreme Court. Perfect. This is awesome. I didn't actually see, I saw your face at the top of the chats. I didn't know that you're about to tell us the new time and talk about the Supreme Court, but I feel like your comment came at the perfect time. This is incredible. I love Supreme Court arguments, you guys. There's just something pleasing about listening to a Supreme Court argument. I think it's the probably the larger room, the audio, the echoing. I just like it a lot. So I'm assuming you're not going to tell us who the guest is. This is a good, I'm curious. I'm very excited now. I was excited anyway. But guys, good reminder. And is this going to be a permanent change? I think it's a permanent change, right, Nick? If you're still here, let us know if this is a permanent change to 8 p.m. I believe it is based on the wording that it's going to be 8 p.m. moving forward. So, and then let's see, I want to make sure I get the link. And I don't know if someone has just shared Nick's link in the chat, but in case they didn't, very good news. If you want to make sure you catch this, I'm excited for this guest, even though I don't know who it is. Make sure you subscribe and hit the bell for Nick Starro. That way you'll know today at 8 when that panel stream goes live. You can come check it out. Okay, probably permanent. All right, so a maybe. So a maybe. AK says, I should have been more specific. They're screaming because she's screaming, but are they now screaming at her about the cost of this trial? I don't think that that's actually... And I would, Tabiz TV recently looked at a Fulton County Commission hearing. I think Dear Woke Christian also did. I think Glanville made an appearance. And no. No. At least not the parts that I watched. I didn't hear anybody raising a ruckus about the cost of this YSL RICO trial. So if you guys in the chat have seen any of these same faces that we're watching today raise concerns or questions about how this money is being spent for the YSL trial, these same people that we're watching today, if you want to let us know, we can definitely take a look at it. I haven't seen it. I have not seen it. So big thank you. AK, thanks for the clarification. And I think you were specific enough. I just think we're looking for something that, as far as I know, isn't exactly out there. Maybe it's coming. Maybe we'll see something sometime soon. Because we're on day 140 of YSL. So, you know, all it takes is for one person to start raising their hand for some people to get sticky and start, oh, well, since I'm comfortable now raising my hand. We'll have to wait and see. If not, it will all be extremely hypocritical. It'll seem like a farce more than to me it already does, looking back. Mistrial and crime scene tape. So do you make content? Because you sound like a channel. You sound like a creator here. Mistrial and crime scene tape says, this county just discovered an empty building that they're paying $10,000 a month for. Is that the facility they're discussing here? I don't know. I know they have like the youth center that they paid for and never started using, which is a separate insane... Right? If we had like buckets for insane things happening, we would just keep running out of buckets. We would keep needing more buckets for the insane things that happen in Fulton County. So I'm not exactly sure if this is the same empty building, but I do know they spent a ton of money on the youth center and haven't used it. Just hanging out. It's a landmark. It's just a glorified landmark, an expensive landmark. Oh, man. But I imagine probably the evidence hall might be in a similar boat. So. And Ike says, Kat, you would enjoy the West Wing self-contained episode called The Supremes. SCOTUS starring Glenn Close. I like Glenn Close. I probably like that. I will write it. I'll write that down. The Supremes. And what a throwback, West Wing. Pull that up, it's going to be square on the TV screen. Oh, man. And then Stephen T. Satchel gifting another one. Thank you so much. And Stephen, again, super generous the other day when I had the lightning took out my router, and then the next day there was a widespread outage. Stephen said, look, put this towards your router replacement fund. So that was super generous of you. I really appreciate that. I hate losing internet, and it always seems to happen at an awkward time. I actually had the internet go out last night. And that's actually, if Flesh of the Gods is still in here, that's why I was like laying down and starting to get tired, because I didn't have internet anyway. And so we write into Spectrum, and they say we're not in an outage. So we think it's the equipment again. And I'm like, hold on, well, let me try again. So 10 minutes later, I ask again. And they say we're in a pre-planned outage. So if Spectrum pre-planned an outage, how did they not know 10 minutes prior they said that we're not in an outage? So I felt like Spectrum's just trying to play with me there. But it was really nice. I was a little embarrassed when my internet cut out the other day, and you guys were so nice. Like, you guys didn't even care. If anything, you guys were creating tons of jokes about how Fulton County DA was taking my stream out. So really appreciate you, Stephen. Really appreciate the whole chat for, you know, helping calm my nerves when that all happened. Toothless Tiger says, in a meeting using hood slang, politicians and crime. Yeah, and I just don't think that the brother thing is like really... I don't even mind colloquialisms all that much. especially when it's used sparingly, but there it just seemed like it was an emphasis on purpose. Like, why? Why? And then, guys, we hit 100 members. Holy moly. I had checked, it said 37, and then suddenly it said 100, and now we're at 115. So again, if you're getting new memberships, make sure you check out the channel emojis, and make sure you're saying thank you. And Steven, this is why. So Steven gave another 10. Thank you so much, Steven. And let's see what you guys are saying here. We'll finish up part 3. Yeah, and I don't mind the idea of giving a sheriff the money that they need, but it's like, just be accountable for it. Where is it going? Where is it going? So Ike says, Kat, we're like, wow, Kat, pay your bills, girl. Oh man. But no, listen, the second, and I've thought about moving just to move to an area with like fiber optics. I've thought about it. I don't like moving though, so like I need a couple more instances where I get frustrated with Spectrum, and I'll seriously consider moving where I live, changing where I live, just to have an option other than Spectrum. I think we have Spectrum and Frontier, which hasn't been any better. Oh boy. So let's see here. We've got this poor blurred lady on the, she's just been blurred this whole time.
First of all, I appreciate very much you coming and communicating. And I, again, also really regret that we're having this conversation, and I can feel your passion and your frustration, and, you know, it's contagious, if you will. And honestly, the breakdown with finance, I think we've all experienced it. You know, sometimes we can't understand why a contract approved for a partner in January doesn't get paid until June because they call a commissioner's office and ask why it hadn't been paid. It should be paid automatically. You shouldn't have these problems. We've got to fix this. We have to do better than this. It's just, you can't work in that environment. We don't need to hear this. The public certainly doesn't need to hear this. You've asked for things that are COVID related, that are non-COVID related. I think, you know, we've talked for years about getting a mid-year budget review. We haven't seen that in a while. I would like to know where we are with our spending versus what we budgeted, where our revenues are, so that we can have a clear idea when these specifics are presented to us, hopefully next month, on what we can and cannot do at this point. Because we hear you. We hear you.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. Madam DA, Mr. Sheriff, thank y'all for coming here. We've heard a lot. We had a lot of work to do, and we'll be back in touch. And Commissioners, thank y'all for your patience in being with us this evening. Any other matters to come before us, Madam?
Are we on the agenda next month?
We can put you on the agenda. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. Yeah. Now, let's be clear about being on the agenda. So we will have a lot of work to do between now and then. So being on the agenda is one thing, but solving the problem is something entirely different.
Specifics.
Okay. All right, thank y'all for coming. Anything else to come before us, Madam Clerk?
No further
In the
items.
absence of any objection, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
See everybody in my office.
Now to
So from here, we'll be mostly watching the shorter clips from the news that will get us caught up to Jeffrey Williams' first bond hearing. And when I say Jeffrey Williams, it was the co-defendants as well. But it was big news because it was like, the celebrity has his bond hearing. So we're going to be back to shorter clips to catch us up to speed. And this video is from September 15th, 2021. So several months after the committee commission that we just watched.
Courts are open. The clock is ticking again to indict defendants accused of violent crimes or release them on bond. That clock was put on pause early in the pandemic after the courts shut down, and it led to a backlog in cases. Now Fulton County courts are open and the DA is racing to make up for lost time, but she's getting some much needed help in the form of funding. Joe Hankey talked with her. You spoke directly to the DA about this. It really is a race against the clock, and the outcomes to the community are significant.
It is, Cheryl. That clock is ticking again. District Attorney Fani Willis says when she
I see someone in the chat asking, is this a cult? Look, I will tell you right now, I guarantee you there are people in this chat that vote for the complete opposite political candidates, have completely different ideologies about certain key issues, hot button issues. So I think if anything, the people that are interested in the YSL trial is the closest thing you'll find to a melting pot. And I don't even really mean this channel specifically. I mean really anyone with eyes tuned into what's going on with YSL. Probably some of the greatest diversity in thought, ideologies, political alignments that you will find are focused on this YSL trial. So yes, it is a cult. It is a cult, and we're a gang, not a cult. So we'll just say yes. We'll just say yes. But what a weird linear way to think.
She took over as Fulton's DA at the beginning of the year. She took over an understaffed office facing a historical backlog of thousands of cases. Starting September 28th, defendants in some of those cases, including murder and rape, need to be indicted or they can leave jail.
What brings us here today is a crisis based on COVID, a crisis based on historical mismanagement, and a crisis based on the undeniable rise in crime.
District Attorney Fonnie Willis went before the Fulton County Commissioners today while pushing for funding to hire more employees. She said from the time someone is arrested for a felony crime, she has 90 days to indict them, or they have the right to be released from jail on bond. That 90-day clock was paused earlier in the COVID-19 pandemic, but that pause is now over. Currently in a backlog of thousands of cases are 224 murder defendants who have not been indicted yet. September 28th is when 51 of them need to be indicted by, or they can get bond and leave jail. In the coming days and weeks, more defendants will hit their 90-day mark, and if not indicted, they could get bond. Without opposition, the Board of Commissioners today approved Willis's request for $5 million in funding annually to hire 55 new employees, a mix of prosecutors, investigators, and assistants. Willis says she is confident by September 28th, her office can handle indicting the 51 murder defendants as well as defendants in rape cases, and then they will move forward from there.
With the right minds, it can be done well. We can get out of this hole, but we have to have the resources to do it. And when I talk about resources, I'm talking about the people, the investigators, the lawyers, the vehicles they need, the phones, the computers, basics of doing your job.
And Willis says she started asking for this funding in May, and for the last several months, herself and her staff have been working almost around the clock, 40 hours plus evenings and weekends. But because of delays in receiving this funding, there are some defendants possibly charged with violent crimes that Willis says may be released on bond. Immediately.
The clock is ticking again.
All right. So you're going to watch me struggle because a lot of these are short. Now we're going to get to a press conference. This one's a little bit longer, but I've queued it up to skip all of this empty stuff. But this is where technically they're playing with a false fear, right? What we just watched was a clip of Fonnie Willis being concerned that's saying, according to Georgia statute, if somebody's been sitting without an indictment for 45 days, we're supposed to notify the judge, tell the court, hey, we still haven't formally indicted this person. They need a bond hearing. So that way the court can get them on the calendar for a bond hearing, right? That's what Fonnie Willis was playing into in the clip that we just watched. It's fake fear because we know, and Barred Business, with the help of the ACLU, is suing. Or they're really asking for a writ of mandamus to get a higher court to order Fonnie Willis to produce responsive documents for people that have been sitting without an indictment for more than that 45 days, more than the 90 days, more than a year, more than 2 years for some people. But suddenly, right then and there, when she's trying to raise funding, she's like, it's going to hit the 45-day notification window and they're going to be let out free on September 13th. You've never actually done that for people that are sitting there with things that could qualify for your pre-indictment diversion program. So where is that fear coming from? We know in the YSL trial, Trontavious Stevens, Antonio Sledge, they were trying to get bond hearings. 6, 7, 8 months go by, they can't get a bond hearing. Suddenly they get a plea deal dropped on them. The county can choose. The county can choose who they keep in, who they let out, who they give a bond hearing, who they send when they send a notification to the judge saying, look, sorry, we're behind on indicting somebody and by code you're supposed to have this bond hearing. They don't do it. But why is Fonnie raising a fuss there? Doesn't make sense. So here she does a, and actually let me get the date on this. This was September 29th, 2021. And let me change my banner.
All right, keep going, keep going.
I think this is something a lot of people have rewatched this clip, so this might be something you guys have seen recently. And there's no closed captions, sorry.
Come up, please. Come up, fill in. Good morning. I am happy that so many of you could join us this morning. Today, as many know in our community and in the nation, we were really and are an office that is in crisis, much like offices across the country. When I inherited this office, we faced an historic backlog. That backlog was created by two different matters. One was something that the entire country was suffering, which is COVID. As a result of COVID, cases were not indicted in this county for a year. And as a result of that, a backlog was created. I've made no secret about the fact that I also inherited an office with a historic backlog due to mismanagement, putting us in a situation where we inherited over 11,000 unindicted cases. Now, the bad news, as I stand here today,
And you know what? We need some context that even through this will probably be 3 parts because there's so much. The bond hearing is kind of long. Some of the other pretrial hearings are really long, like 9-hour days with a lot going on, even with Glanville as a judge. One thing I'm not going to mix into this is the Amanda Timpson hearings, but we find out from Amanda Timpson, you know, she raised some concerns about where funds were being spent inside the district attorney's office. Seemed like she was like cross-departmentally demoted, right? Instead of like severing her, they move her to another department, which she felt like was in retaliation. And she's moving over to this pre-indictment diversion program. And she's like, I didn't have experience with that, but I tried to learn what to do. So Amanda Timpson, the one that they're like trying to demote without having to say that it's retaliatory or come up with a valid reason to get rid of her, they put her somewhere where she has no footing. She makes her own footing and starts clearing this backlog, some of the lesser crimes that are sitting without an indictment. Amanda Timpson's the one that ends up clearing out a large volume of this stuff. Accidentally, because she wasn't hired for that position. The people that were hired for that position didn't get it done. And then Amanda Timpson ends up getting the boot anyway. So that happens later in, like, I think 2023, end of 2022 into 2023. And we hear more about that from Amanda Timpson this year in 2024. But all of these promises here are hollow because it only got done by Amanda Timpson's willpower and drive.
due to the rising crime and because of what we inherited, we still have around 11,000 cases. But what really brought us to the tip of the iceberg was the fact that by right and by law, a 90-day rule went into effect where defendants would be guaranteed a bond no matter their criminal history, no matter what they were charged with, just based on a timeline. Today, I stand here very proud because me, along with a team of dedicated lawyers and dedicated investigators, have been able to avoid one of the most severe crises that has ever hit my county and our community.
This is a great point. Hope says, I was wondering earlier, July 2021, why not one person was wearing a mask. Now she masked everybody up. And all of this mess, let me hide your comment here. You guys can see it from the scrubber. For like 10 minutes. This is the optics of it, right? So from 13 minutes in, okay, I lied, it was like 5 minutes. So from like 12:30 to about 15 when Fani finally adjusts the mic and starts talking, the one guy standing in the front is saying, you stand over here, you come forward, you move back, you move over there, completely arranging the optics. Like the details are mattering here. So pointing out why everyone's wearing masks is because we're about to put all the blame on the big, heavy COVID backlog. COVID is so bad. We still are all masked up, and it's COVID's fault we have a backlog. Right? Those optics are important.
Community. Today, what I can announce to you is that, by way of example, in 2019, over a 12-month period, 156 defendants were indicted for the crime of murder. Due to the team that stands behind me now, this year alone, in 7 months, because that's how long we've had to run grand jury. We have already indicted 193 murder defendants. We will exceed 300 this year. That is because people have put their personal lives on hold. They have worked weekends, they have worked nights, and they have gotten it done. They have made sure that the most vile sexual offenders were indicted and charged. Our crisis is by no means over. We understand that other deadlines are coming, that we will continue to dedicate tireless hours, but there are people that I would like to thank today. I want to thank the 7 members of the county commission who voted to give us the resources, $5 million that we need to bring on 55 team members so that we could avoid future crises. I want to thank the families of the men and women who stand behind me, who had to go without their spouses home for many, many months. I want to thank the community for believing in this office and supporting us with nice letters, with phone calls, with even agreements to do volunteer hours. And today, I want to mainly thank my staff for believing in this mission and understanding that whatever you needed in your personal life was not as important as what this community needed. And so today I am happy to announce not one individual in Fulton County will be released charged with the crime of homicide because a lawyer or an investigator failed to work up the case and failed to get it indicted timely. Nor will one get released for a sexual offense. Nor will our defendants with the most vile criminal histories. But make no mistake about it, our work is just beginning. Thank you. Are there any questions?
How many remaining unindicted homicides of the murder suspect are there in Fulton County?
Right now.
Okay, so he said how many remaining unindicted homicide cases in Fulton County was the question. It's really quiet.
Now there are, within the Fulton County Jail, there are probably about another 40 or 50 unindicted murder defendants. However, they have not yet hit the unindicted clock. There's at least another in excess of 100 that are out already on bond. Some of them long predate my administration where decisions need to be made.
100 murder suspects are currently out on bond?
Yeah, absolutely. Historically going back many, many years. And I would actually, I know that number is in excess of 200.
And they have been indicted?
No, what you asked me was unindicted, and so I'm only answering the question of unindicted.
How do you feel, Madam DA?
Tired, tired and a little bit relieved.
Now, for the viewers at home who don't quite understand the process, how is this going to affect them in their day-to-day lives with this progress?
Well, the reality is, as a young prosecutor, I believe that maybe when someone killed someone or did something violent, it was an aberration in their conduct. After 25 years in this business, what I have learned is that often people that offend, reoffend. What this staff and their efforts has done is made sure that these defendants will not be out to reoffend. And so it won't be what happens, it will be what doesn't happen.
Up until now, how much danger was the community in?
You know, we're in a crime rise, and there's no denying that, and crime is on the rise. And so I make no secret about it that I feel like all of us are in a little bit of danger. We need to be very vigilant in the way that we move. There is something ugly going on in society. But what we are facing is some very, very dangerous individuals being released. I'm not going to tell you that the last 3 months have been pleasant for my office. Some of them have probably said things not very nice about their boss. But at the end of the day, they dug in and they got it done, and they have kept society safer.
You talk about the county commission's investment. Can you talk about how that investment helps the office and how it helps moving forward?
Absolutely. The county commission has invested $5 million next year and a $700,000 investment this year. That investment brings 55 employees to this office. That is 15 investigators, 15 lawyers. These lawyers and investigators are higher tier lawyers and investigators that will be assigned to investigate and prosecute some of the most serious cases. I need your viewers to understand, I just poured 193 defendants into our court system charged with murder. Even more when you start talking about sexual offenses. Every single one of those cases, we're at the beginning. We're not at the end. They all have to be, motions have to be gone through. Those cases have to be litigated. Those are lives. I don't deal in library books or widgets. In 193 defendants, we're talking probably at about 165 lives lost within my community, and those families have to be represented. So that investment is huge.
What kind of reaction from some of these victims' families?
Oh my God. The hardest part of my job is obviously I'm an office of 25,000 cases. I don't get an opportunity to meet with every victim, but I meet with a lot of my homicide victims' families, and they're broken. I've lost someone to homicide. I don't know if you ever have. It is not a wound that I can heal, but they are relieved. But I listened to horrible stories. I met with a mother last week that her son was killed a week before graduation, and she buried him in his cap and gown. Like, this is not make-believe. This is reality. People are losing their most precious commodity, their children, and the investment that we requested from the county commission was one that was needed. I am glad that they saw that it was needed, and I am hiring dedicated people that understand I will snatch your weekend from you and your night, but we will get this work done.
The only indication we have that the prosecutors in the YSL trial, when I say prosecutors, I should be more specific, Adrian Love, because I don't know if like Atkins is like a miniature sprinkle and like likes to do work on the weekends and at night. But the only indication we have that Adrian Love rushes to do anything over the weekend is to find something that says somewhere that what they're doing to try to compel somebody like Kenneth Copeland to testify will find something and be in touch with you, Judge. Otherwise, Love never seems to get anything done over the weekends or long breaks. So what is she talking about here?
That is since March the 1st. As you know, we did not have a grand jury running January and February because I needed my staff to be trained and understand the way that we do business, which is that you prepare a case before you charge it. There was no grand juries last year, as you're aware, due to the pandemic. We picked up on March the 1st. In 7 months, we have indicted 193 defendants for the crime of murder. Just yesterday, we indicted 66 cases, and at least a third of those were homicide.
And what will the rate be moving forward?
I don't know if you're aware, but we are running 2 grand juries for the first time in Fulton County's history. Grand jury used to only run 2 days a week, which was Tuesday and Friday. We now run grand juries Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. We're taking Wednesdays off because that allows the entire court system to run more efficiently, the clerk to catch up, my lawyers to catch up.
You know what would have been nice? You know what would have been nice? Because we just saw a lawsuit come forward with this year, citing a 2023 transcript with Ural Glanville about, hey, if we have to, we'll add more court calendar days to help process these bond hearings for people that have been sitting unindicted for more than 90 days in the Fulton County Jail. Guess what they never did? Guess what they never sped up and added more days for? They ramped up the rate of prosecution, rate of indictments, rate of grand jury sessions. This is 2021. We're watching this in September 2021. But in 2023, we know that there's still a backlog of all of these people sitting unindicted. So did this grand jury clock really focus on the problem that existed? What was going through these grand jury sessions? If we still have a huge backlog of people unindicted for over a year.
Up, et cetera. And the push will be, especially once we get these extra staff members on, that we are going to get to a level where we're indicting no less than 200 cases per week. We are months out from that at this point, but that is the push. That is the only way that we can catch up. What you have to keep in mind is it's an evaluation of cases. Not every case we receive we will charge, but every case will go through an analysis. Every case will be evaluated. Some of those defendants and people charged, we will decide that they should never have been charged. They should never have been arrested, and they will be cleared from their charges. Other, we will decide a more appropriate remedy is that they go to a diversion program, and others we will decide we need more evidence. We will go get that evidence, and we will bring appropriate charges.
Has Fulton County ever done anything like this?
No.
You've obviously made a lot of recent hires. Do you have plans to continue making hires? Are you where you want to be?
Oh no, I am hiring every day. I interview between now and November the 15th. I will do.
All right, so who was helping her hire?
8-hour days where I will interview no less than 30 people. I plan between now and the end of the year to bring 75 more strong to the staff.
And what are we at now?
With my staff, we're over 250. We'll be at about 325 when I'm done.
Have you been able to make any of the new hires yet?
Oh, absolutely. To this staff standing here with me with 136 new employees. I gave a lot of people new opportunities at the beginning of the year. Some of y'all criticized me for it.
Obviously, a lot of public attention yesterday what happened with Fulton County and New York. Any chance of your office to get
I'm certain that the office will look at the allegations, but we do not have an active, open investigation.
Can you tell us about the investigation into the former President Trump? How many lawyers might have been allocated for that? What kind of budget? What kind of timeline, if any, are you working with?
I know that is the hot topic of the day. What I can tell you is there is an active, ongoing investigation. As I have told people, even when you are in a crime crisis, I do not have the right as district attorney to look the other way on any crime that may have happened in my jurisdiction. And certainly if someone did something as serious as interfere with people's right to vote, which you know as a woman and a person of color is a sacred right where people lost a lot of lives. We are going to invest in that. But my first priority as district attorney is to make sure that this community is safe. That is why I have pulled the men and women who are standing behind me to focus on that first priority. As far as a timeline, obviously the statute of limitations always gives you a 4-year timeline, but we're going to do it until it's done, until I'm comfortable. And should the facts and the law match up to a charge, the community should feel confident that this office will bring charges. Well, thank you for your time.
Now, and I've really missed that little detail that she plans to do all of this hiring in bulk, wholesale hiring, through November 15th, 2021. November 1st, 2021. What happened November 1st, 2021? Who gets a nice new job? Not really employed directly by the DA's office, but contracted as a special prosecutor with the Fulton County DA. Meanwhile, Nathan Wade had been helping her with hiring. I didn't really realize that window there. We know that Nathan Wade was helping her do these hirings. He gets the contract for a special prosecutor November 1st, 2021. And she says here that we're doing all this hiring. This is September 29th through November 15th. It's like she already had his exit plan lined up. My speculation, but it lines up real nice. Lines up real nice right there. So I never really caught that before, that November 15th, we're done with hiring and moving on. Oh, yep. That's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes going back and watching this stuff, it's like, ooh. Yeah, so this is a good point too, and I saw somebody else had raised it earlier. I think Aaron, if you're in the chat still, Aaron was another that raised the similar issue. Ms. 2T says, they can't even court appoint lawyers, indicted but sitting in jail with no counsel. And Aaron earlier had said, Aaron Olivia had said, look, they get funding to hire new staff. They put money into hiring new prosecutors. But where's the equal balance? If you're going to prosecute more people, are we supplementing our public defender resources? Because you can't really do one without the other, but I'm sure we did. So maybe that's an area that I'd like to look into a little bit more. I don't have hard numbers there, but I'm very curious. Very, very curious. And let's see. Casey Dog says, we're a gang, not a cult. Got it, Slime. That's right. Love you guys in the chat. Appreciate you guys, and some of my favorite people in the chat to see frequently are kind of, you know, a bit contrarian. Some are, you know, a little bit in the minority on views on certain things, even within the YSL trial. And they're some of my favorite people to learn from, and I see you guys having good conversations back and forth with them. So it's always a little awkward. Every once in a while we get a troll that's like, you guys are, you can't think clearly, you don't think, you're a cult. I'm like, all right, whatever, sure, it's fine. Survivor Speaks, thanks for the sticker. And then FFS, here's another 5 from FFS. Thank you so much, FFS. I also love this comment from I Am Shout. It's a great comment, but it's even better because your name is I Am Shout. The truth is the people that yell all the time is remembered more than the facts. So, and I remember you, and it's not because you literally yell in the chat. I just think this comment is so great with your name having shout in it. But you're right. Like, if you're dramatic, if you're loud, somebody else is more likely to just remember that because they're probably sitting there having like a physical reaction. They're going to jump. If something makes you jump, you might remember that conversation, that thing, that argument, more than just a casual, calm, meekly spoken sentence. So it's the unfortunate truth. It's just human psychology. So love, love, love this food for thought here. I Am Shout. Canadian Crispy Bacon says, no duty to protect, police car slogan to serve and protect. Sounds like lawsuit, false/misleading advertising. It undermines their mission statement. Oh, I agree, but there's absolutely zero accountability. There will be zero accountability. I mean, the ballot box. That's like really it. Rock'em sock'em robots at the ballot box. But, you know, I think her competition entered the race late. I mean, She's an incumbent. I think racing against an incumbent's always an uphill battle. I don't know much about her opposing candidate, the person running, Courtney Kramer, running to oppose her. I don't know how much that person can make the effort to get known and garner up support, fundraising in such a short time. So it's kind of like, if you want an alternative to Fani Willis, is there really one that's capable of making the challenge at this stage in the game? So if there's no accountability from anywhere else but the ballot box, and we didn't really have a challenger until late in the game, what else is there? It seems like the Georgia Senate committee is trying to figure out new legislation that can give us some transparency, record keeping, records access, hiring, standard operating procedures. But we've seen that those Senate hearings have been going on for several months now. And then they have to enact and write the legislation, pass the legislation, right? That's a long-winded change. So right now, it just feels like there's nothing you can do. They can just keep misleading and continue to mislead until we change something at the ballot box. And again, I don't live in the area anymore, so I am out of that race. I'm not even over there. Oh, man. Janae Bailey had mentioned this. I wanted to pin it. Another high-profile case is Ernest Williams, and he sat there for almost 2 years without an indictment. Can you guys imagine? Think about how much you guys have done, and I know we're gonna get some there's gonna be jokes in the chat, right? We're gonna beat ourselves down, I'm sure. Don't do that in the chat, you guys. But think about how much has happened in the last 2 years of your own life. And then imagine if 2 years, your next 2 years, or those 2 years that have already passed, you're stuck sitting somewhere without even an indictment. In Rice Street, of all places. So it's not just the idea of 2 years spent. It's the opportunity cost of you keeping someone there for 2 years, and then they don't even have an end date, right? If you get arrested, you get put in jail, and you can't tell your boss, like, look, I'm about to bond out, so I'll be at work on Monday. Like, if you can't tell your boss, like, look, it's going to be like 20 days, please hold my position, like I'm fighting this, whatever. If you have to tell them, look, I've been here 2 years already and I still don't know when I'm getting out of here, even if you're completely innocent and your boss is trying to sympathize with you and empathize with you, what do they do? What do you do? There's such an opportunity cost of this, let alone the literal 2 years that you're losing. Oh, man. And yeah, so the Senate's on it, but takes a long time. Oh, man. And I saw someone asking for a source from Chip, so I looked back and looked at Chip's comment. Chip said Ashley Merchant supported Fani. Ashley said that herself, and she's like, I supported her. And I think it really came from an emphatic. It was like I'm disappointed. Like, I supported her. And now I can't believe what I'm seeing. I just can't believe it. So that came from Ashley Merchant herself. No, like, this is real. That's real, guys. That's real. Ashley thought it would be a positive, like the idea. Think about it, guys. Ashley Merchant does a lot of work in the post-conviction space. And if she sees a candidate that's about to come in and promises a pre-indictment diversion program, you could see why somebody like Ashley Merchant, part of the Georgia Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, you can see why they would think that candidate would be great for the community, great in line with the works and ideologies that she holds. You take it at face value, of course you could expect someone like Ashley Merchant to support the platform, what was promised. And now you can probably imagine the scorn and the disappointment that someone like Ashley Merchant would now feel seeing how that didn't play out. So that was real. That's real. And then Casey Dog says, Mod love. Mlat, best snipers in the gang. You guys are quick. The mods are so quick in here. And then Heart of Inspiration says, so she's above the Constitution. People don't deserve a speedy trial. What about senseless, high profitable cases? And I think that's the problem, right? Because speedy trial would kick in after the indictment. And then there's supposed to be the statute in place that prevents someone sitting without an indictment for more than 45 days without a judge being notified so a bond hearing can be set. But if we're not, if we're just like not doing both these pieces, you kind of keep kicking the can down the road and don't have a direct thing to blame it on. And what's crazy is you think about all this commentary, Ashley Merchant, I think it was on Professor Nez, had said, look, one of the things that caught the prosecutors off guard with the YSL indictment is Brian Steele motioned for a speedy trial. He's the only one that did it out of the co-defendants, and it caught them off guard. They had to rush to get their case ready. And then jury selection takes 10 months, whatever. So they found a way to build some time. And, just a week and a half ago, we have Judge Whitaker saying, I'm trying to figure it out. I can't really figure it out. But it seems like the prosecutor here is just throwing their case together as they go on day 140. So, oh, man. But yeah, it seems there's violations of Georgia state statute, constitutional rights being violated. And all we hear is just give us more funding. So now we're going to get through a series of updates. Smaller, they're going to be about the number of gang members. And we're going to hear about some arrests. And we're going to start to hear about Christian Eppinger. So we're going to keep going through this playlist. Share the screen. And a lot of these will be shorter clips. We're going to get some weather at the beginning of this one. This is November 4th, 2021. Let me change my banner. I'm just going to put 2021 because I know I'll forget to change it for one of these shorter clips.
Fulton County's district attorney is pleading for help once again to help keep our neighborhoods safe. DA Fani Willis spoke to state lawmakers yesterday, specifically about the issue of gangs. Willis thinks there are about 50,000 gang members in Metro Atlanta. Now, that is enough to fill Truist Park and then some. Can you picture that? They're venturing out into crimes like human trafficking now.
Where I've had to put my human trafficking team with my gang team because we see that, I don't want to say this is the new thing, but finally we are catching on to they are doing this. And then they're using the girls to recruit other girls to victimize more people. And these young ladies are victimized over and over.
That is a sad, unfortunate cycle. Willis said local law enforcement agencies need more state money and resources to address the rising gang activity and violent crime.
The clock is
Fulton County's district.
Fulton County's district attorney.
Oh my goodness. Sorry. It's like every time I go to hit the pause button, it changes where the buttons are. You can't really see it here because of the banner. But as soon as I go to click pause, it reduces these 3 buttons down to 2 right as I'm clicking and ends up hitting next. So we're going to have a lot of me clicking the wrong button. All right. So we have another short clip here about, this is going to be November 4th, about the gangs branching out.
Fulton County's district attorney is pleading for help again to help keep your neighborhood safe. DA Fani Willis spoke to state lawmakers yesterday specifically about the issue of gangs. Willis thinks there are about 50,000 gang members in Metro Atlanta. That is enough to fill Truist Park and then some. And she claims that they are venturing into more crimes like human trafficking.
Where I've had to put my human trafficking team with my gang.
My bad. I swear they had 2 different titles of those videos. Okay, here's another one. This might have been one of the ones I was actually trying to play. She's taking the mask off, guys.
First of all, I, like the mayor, want to commend the men and women of Atlanta Police Department. They did an amazing job in a very little amount of time. But I, like the mayor, am disgusted that this has happened in our city. Really, yet once again.
This is
we're
January
25
2022.
days into this year, and 3 children have been shot in one of the greatest cities in the world. And so, as the police chief has already stated, that is simply unacceptable. But this is what I would like to assure the public, along with the police department. From yesterday when this happened until now, until this case is done in a court of law, we are working together hand in hand to make sure that incidents like this do not occur, and when they do occur, that people are brought to justice. On that scene immediately, along with his fine men and women who serve in the police department, was the Deputy District Attorney Lauren McCauley of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, who has been working with the police to make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. This is a matter that is taken extremely serious, but it has to end. I already have in my office, before this child, 22 child homicides. It has to end. And so what we want the public to know today is that we are here in a united force, that the mayor called me, I think, at 10:03 last night to make sure that his police department was working in partnership with my office. We spoke again at 8 o'clock in the morning, and that this is a partnership that we plan to keep and to have until the problems that are facing this city and the rise in crime is stopped. And so I thank the press for being here today to report on this, because it is the most important issue going on in our community. So thank you.
And then there were 2 clips for this, and I promise it has different timestamps. So, because the first one was 2 minutes and 7 seconds, this one's 1:38. So it should be a different clip, but sometimes these news stations do duplicate things. So again, this is January 25th, 2022.
There's 2 things, and both of them also involve the mayor and the Atlanta Police Department. One is we have taken a real aggressive approach towards recidivism or repeat offenders. And so along with the Atlanta Police Foundation, the mayor's office, we are now specifically tracking repeat offenders to make sure that they get the punishment that they deserve, that my office is tracking them from the onset so that we mark those defendants that have a repeat issue with violating the law, so that the office knows that they are involved in this kind of conduct and that the steepest sentences are given to them as they've chosen this as their life of crime. Also, something that the mayor did not mention, in the spring of this year, the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, in conjunction with our newly elected mayor, will be opening up a court watch program. And that court watch program will be specifically to watch these repeat offenders as they matriculate through the court system, to make sure that the judges, the district attorney's office, the Atlanta Police Department, and everyone in this community knows how serious not just us as governmental officials are about crime, but how fed up the community is. And so we are giving them that as an opportunity to get involved with making sure that these people are held responsible for their crimes. It is a new day. It's a new day in Atlanta. It's a new day in Fulton County. And we now have organizations as well as law enforcement and a mayor's office that are working together so that we can stop this issue of gun violence.
Okay, hit the pause button before we jump to videos. And now this is kind of an important one that as we go forward, we'll see more of the arguments in front of different committees, different hearings about a particular bill and different initiatives to change the power of prosecutors across county lines in Georgia. So this next video here is February 8th, 2022.
New details tonight. A man accused of shooting a veteran Atlanta police officer is denied bond. Christian Eppinger faced a judge today. Eppinger is accused of shooting Officer David Rogers multiple times on Monday at an apartment in southwest Atlanta. We're told that Rogers was serving a warrant on Eppinger for his alleged involvement in an armed robbery last October.
And as the officer attempted to tase Mr. Eppinger pulled out a weapon and discharged his weapon at Officer Rogers, striking Officer Rogers 6 times, including 4 hits to the right shoulder, 1 hit to his right knee, and 1 hit to the back of his head.
Officer Rogers is an 11-year veteran of the force. He is still in the hospital with serious injuries. Police say the suspect accused of shooting Officer Rogers is a known gang member.
It is a problem across the metro, and prosecutors are joining other lawmakers to tackle the issue through new legislation. State Capitol reporter Haley Mason joins us live tonight outside of a hearing where the Fulton County DA just spoke out to help push a bill ahead, Haley.
Sean, Fulton County DA Fani Willis just came inside the Senate hearing room to say, politics aside, gangs impact everyone. She says she is glad to support this Republican-led bill to allow counties to more seriously prosecute gang members, even for crimes committed in other counties.
I'm fully supporting this.
This afternoon, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis speaking to the State Senate Judiciary Committee, giving a big nod to a bill that would strengthen prosecution of street gangs. It's called the Safe and Secure Georgia Act, sponsored by Republican Senator John Albers from Roswell.
I think it's extremely important, not just for the urban district attorneys who are in more populated communities, but for all of the district attorneys.
The bill brings down a heavy hand for gang members and could hold individual gang members responsible for gang crimes committed in other counties.
It's not just that you are in a gang, it's that you're in a gang and you do an act in furtherance of the gang.
Supporters of the bill argue that by
Is it really about that, though? Because if we had to drink every time we've had that question during any given day of the YSL trial, I don't think that would be a safe drinking game. I wish that was the standard. That should be the standard.
joining a gang, courts can consider the individual member has agreed to be a part of the larger gang conspiracy to commit other crimes in other counties. So that member could be held responsible for other crimes the gang committed in other locations.
A gang by its nature is kind of a special kind of criminal conspiracy. If a person joins a conspiracy, they are subject to being tried any place where any member of that conspiracy commits an act in furtherance of it.
Earlier today, Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr announced his support of House Bill 1134. It would allow his office the jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute criminal gang activity all across the state.
This would assist crimes against children, elder abuse.
As for this Senate bill, it would direct courts to also enforce minimum prison sentences for convicted felons with firearms. It will also prohibit sentencing courts from suspending or deferring a sentence for violent domestic offenders or felons with guns. It's all a part of the statewide push to crack down on the criminal networks. And tomorrow, Governor Brian Kemp and First Lady Marty Kemp will be attending a meeting of the Georgia Anti-Gang Network, where they'll be discussing new efforts to push ahead efforts to crack down on street gangs all across the state. Also going to be mentioning some of that additional funding that the governor is throwing toward this effort as he looks to reduce street gang crime. We'll bring you more on that tomorrow morning. Reporting live inside the Senate office building, Haley Mason, CBS 46 News.
Okay, so that reporter happened to overemphasize reduce, and I think this is perfect here. GV says, I'm disappointed now that Love didn't get her PowerPoint in, because there's been a lot of talk in the chat about, you know, maybe some of this energy, this extra level volume that Fani is doing when she needs to get her way, when she's asking for funding. Maybe Love is trying to emulate some of that in the courtroom, especially with Judge Glanville, but we see it sometimes with Whitaker too. GV says, I'm disappointed now that Love didn't get her PowerPoint in. Her take me to the next slide would have come with an epic bass from her. If you guys tuned in late, one of the first parts that we watched with Fani Willis speaking to the Fulton County Commission on Crime, every time she was ready, and it was like she was going through the slides really quick, she kept going, take me to the next slide, and we need to do something about this. Take me to the next slide, please. Like, it was just the whole slide. Whoever was on that clicker must have been like wearing their finger down. Oh my gosh, this is a good laugh, GV. Thank you so much. And Chloe Albert's Revenge, good to see ya. Saw you. Great commentary over with the Boontang, the Sarah Boone coverage with Legal Vices earlier this morning. People make mistakes. It's possible Fani came in with good intentions and then said, nope, that's too hard. And sadly, that's what usually happens. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I know I always want to think that people come in with good intentions. I'm skeptical. I don't like to believe that people with a ton of influence, power, capabilities to do good would choose not to do good. And I think that's also a problem we put on those blinders, the rose-colored glasses. It's hard for us to think that, you know, do they have bad intentions? Did they just make a mistake? Where do we throw the line? So, I hear you. I hear you, Chloe. And then what are you guys saying here? Mom, Two Boys Knits says, what? A case prepared before it's tried? Yeah, who's heard of that here? Oh boy. Our next video here is going to be from February 14th, a little Valentine's Day. And another, yeah, I think you guys are going to like the court reporter. She looks cute.
On New this morning, violence tied to gangs is increasing across the metro. In just the last week, an officer was shot while attempting to arrest a known gang member. Now Atlanta city leaders are working to fight the issue. Our Chrissy Diaz sat down exclusively with Fulton County DA Fani Willis and joins us live from the DA's office with a preview of her plans, Chrissy, to put a stop to these violent criminals. And she is going, above and beyond.
Aisha, she's tired of hearing talk about it. She's ready for action. So, a district attorney's job is to follow the law, to prosecute criminals, to make the city safer. But Atlanta DA Fani Willis is going a step further. She is helping to write the law. There is a bill currently going through the Georgia legislature with specific language from Atlanta DA Fani Willis. She says Atlanta's crime issue can be traced back to one group in particular, gangs. She has written what she hopes will become a new law to make it easier to criminally prosecute gang members and get them off Atlanta's streets.
I think for too long, politicians were not really wanting to say this nice southern city in Atlanta had a gang problem. Oh no, Atlanta doesn't have gangs. Yes, we do. What we know is that a gangbanger who commits a crime is 6 times more likely to commit crime than any other defendant. We've got to stop this at the root. So I don't know that it's common, but it's necessary and it's needed.
This bill is currently in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. It's up for a vote today. You can hear much more of what's in this bill and more of my exclusive interview with Fani Willis tonight at 6 o'clock right here on 11 Alive. Aisha.
All right, Chrissy, thank you. She's come out the gate swinging ever since taking office, so we're looking forward to see if she can get this done. Thank you.
All right, and then I think they get a more clips in this one. And again, sometimes they just rerun the news, so it might be the same sound bites from that same interview, but I think it's slightly different.
But first, Fulton County's district attorney now offering a unique solution to tackle the rise in crime all around Metro Atlanta.
You may remember she addressed Atlanta's surging crime rate back in November, and she blamed one group in particular, gangs. Now, in an exclusive interview with our Chrissy Diaz, the DA describes how she's turning those words into action and pushing the state legislature to act.
How much of Georgia's crime do you think is related to gang activity?
Too much. The GBI has said, upwards of 70 and even 90%. And it's not just the violence. It's everything from car break-ins to burglaries to human trafficking to shootings.
The Georgia Gang Investigators Association estimates there are at least 70,000 gang members in Georgia, 50,000 in Metro Atlanta alone. Georgia has one of the strictest anti-gang laws in the country. It allows law enforcement and prosecutors to add a separate gang charge. But Willis says this tool is being widely underused.
It's absolutely not being used to the extent that it could.
In a private letter to Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, she writes, of the 28 homicide prosecutions currently under indictment in our gang unit, in only 5 cases did APD seek a gang warrant at the outset.
I wish we had the specifics here on who sought these warrants. Like, what names? Are we going to get a Dennis? Are we going to get a Gaither? Are we going to get a Thorpe?
She says individual officers are not to blame, calling it systemic shortfalls that need to be corrected. She's hoping to do that by adding a new tool.
What we have been doing is not working, so it is time to do something new.
In a bold move, the DA has suggested specific language for a bill that's going through the legislature right now. It would allow prosecutors to bring all the charges against an alleged gang member in one county, even if part of the crime happened in Fulton, another part in DeKalb, and another somewhere else in the metro. It would also allow evidence of past gang crimes, which was prohibited before. With 25 sponsors, the bill already has a lot of support.
That will allow prosecutors to tell juries the entire story. The criminals don't care that they crossed over a block and that this one thing that they did occurred in DeKalb and not in Gwinnett. And so it only makes common sense.
They get a fuller picture.
a complete picture.
To prove how serious she is, she wrote every law enforcement agency in Fulton County to request they bring her cases under the anti-gang statute. She says it's time to do more than talk about it.
There seems to be two schools of thought in how to handle crime. There's either the programs and rehabilitation or there's prosecution. How do you walk that line as district attorney?
And that's very, very frustrating to me, a very, very frustrating phenomenon. It's like you're either progressive or you're hard on crime. And what I would say is the best practice is you're both. I don't consider myself to be a tough on crime prosecutor or a progressive prosecutor. I consider myself to be both. If you commit a violent crime in Fulton County, Georgia, we are going to be extremely tough. And I don't lose any sleep about it because I think you need to be removed from our community.
One element that did not make it into the bill, state-funded gang prosecutors. But Willis says she is still holding out hope that it will be added in this bill or the very next one.
I knew this.
Doing the Pawsy McPauserton button swapping thing. But that last part from the anchor is my favorite part because that's the quiet part out loud. Well, why are you doing this? Well, I'm not tough on crime and I'm not just progressive. I'm a bit of both. And then the anchor comes in at the end and says, well, she's fighting to add this part to the bill that would increase funding for gang prosecutors. Well, there's your motive. There's your incentive. There's your goal. Your light at the end of the tunnel. And JC, going back to expanding the scope of prosecutorial power across county lines, right? It's like that's a move towards giving us the same power, closer power to what the feds would have. But what's the difference? Feds usually won't prosecute something unless they've got squeaky clean, airtight. So if we want to prosecute like the feds, maybe we should prepare to have the same success rate. Oh boy. And now we're going to get into the a little bit longer. This is going to center largely around Christian Eppinger. And you'll start to see how everything is just tied into YSL. Okay, so let's go to like here.
So, good morning. We are here today because of some events that have taken place over the last few days within our county. As many of you are aware, what the state considers to be an extremely dangerous gang member was given a bond. It is the position of the state that that individual should not have been given a bond based on his history, based on where he was within the process here in Fulton County. And so it is something that has upset my law enforcement partners and also me as the district attorney. The gentleman that we are talking about is Christian Eppinger. Mr. Eppinger has a long history of violence within our community. Back in May of 2016, May 11th of 2016, he was a juvenile. He was 16 years old. But unfortunately, at that time in his life, he chose to commit an armed robbery.
And hold on, I missed a critical part. I've been trying to say the dates before we press play. This is April 20th, 2022. Remember, plea deal mania for Trontavious Stevens, for Munktunk, after they'd spent 6, 7, 8 months locked up without bond and get that plea deal dropped on their desk. That was December 2022. So what's the reason Fani might be pissed off that Christian Eppinger gets a bond? She's leaning on it being because he is suspected of heinous crimes. But so was Munktunk. So was Sledge. He was doing drive-by shootings. What might be another reason she's upset that Christian Eppinger, who she ends up tying into the YSL case, is out, isn't stuck in Rice Street anymore? What can't we do with him? What can't we hold over his head?
Wisdom of the district attorney's office at that time and the Superior Court judge. And because of a very, very kind victim, he was given what I would call a second chance. He was only at that time sentenced to 10 years to serve 4 in custody. He, in fact, did serve all of those 4 years in custody, but then he was released on probation. When he got on probation, as many of you know from an earlier news story, he decided to commit other acts of violence. Those acts of violence, and let me be clear, he was released on May 10th of 2021 from that 2016 case. When he got out, though, he did not choose to do the right thing. He again became involved in gang activity, and he committed an act of violence on 10/12/21. At least those are allegations and the charges of robbery and aggravated assault. He also, on January the 22nd of 2022, so of this year, completed a felony theft of a car. He then, on February the 7th,
That's
when the
in the
police
indictment.
were trying to arrest him
YSL indictment.
for the acts that he committed while out on probation, he shot an officer, and he shot him 6 times. That was when they were trying to execute the warrant for the behavior that he did. The mayor and me have been really disgusted with this, as well as the chief of police, because while he was on probation, it is clear that he was not monitored, he did not report, and he was never revoked. And so our local law enforcement went to arrest him for that other crime that he committed. And that crime, as I said, was a robbery. That was on February the 7th, 2022, where he shot one of Atlanta's finest, an officer, and he shot him 6 times. He really attempted to assassinate him. Just by the grace of God, this officer lived. He also shot at another officer. And so this is why we are so offended that this could go on. He was brought before a Fulton County Superior Court judge, the Honorable Judge Schwall. Judge Schwall actually heard the revocation. He found that there were enough facts to revoke Mr. Eppinger's probation, and in fact had already done so. However, he set the sentencing date of that revocation off, and that in fact has been set till April the 27th, 2022. So 1 week from today, he was actually going to sentence him on his finding of being revoked. During that time, he is also waiting to be indicted in the other cases. And in fact, it had been 71 days from his arrest until when the hearing is. And a judge here decided to grant him a bond over the opposition of the state. And that is why we are so offended. We do not believe, based on the fact that he had already been revoked on his probation, he had such crimes of violence already against him, that was an inappropriate act. I want to be very clear for the public, though. Mr. Eppinger is not getting out of jail. There is a hold on him from the Fulton County Jail as a result of that revocation, so he is not getting out of jail. We quite frankly believe that Judge Schwall, who is the judge hearing the revocation, is likely going to sentence this gentleman between 50 and 60 years in jail, which is the max that he can get because he took that plea under first offender. And it should be known to the public, his 90 days had not run, and so an indictment will be coming within those 90 days. All of those are facts that we are confident about, but we want the Atlanta Police Department and the public to know that we stand with them, that we are against acts of violence, and especially those that choose to be involved in a gang and commit acts of violence. This is not something that the state supports. It's not something we're going to stand for. Once the Deputy District Attorney, Ms. Convery, brought to my attention that at 5 o'clock the evening before that a bond had been set, we immediately went and filed an emergency motion to have that bond reconsidered. And in fact, it is on a calendar tomorrow at 5 p.m. And so although he is going to court next week, we want to make sure that this gentleman does not get out of jail. In fact, we want to make sure that in my lifetime, he never sees society again. He has chosen to do this with his life, and now is the time for him to be held responsible. I'll let my police chief speak.
Thank you, Madam DA. I want to thank you, the Mayor's Office, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, for being in alignment and having solidarity as it relates to the actions against Officer Hodges. But I want us to be clear that we're not standing here in solidarity just because this was action against a police officer. This was an action against our society as a whole. The officers represent the community. And when you strike out against the Atlanta Police Department or any law enforcement official who is standing in the gap, it's a strike against our whole society. This is a most atrocious act of violence against our people. When one
And I really think you're on it, Black Butterfly. Christian Eppinger, also known as Briss, because, you know, we don't use the C's. That's right, Blood Blassie tonight at 8 p.m., you guys. But Eppinger triggered this RICO, trust me. And I agree. I really think, and this police officer shooting is not part of the YSL indictment. But when we heard about the armed carjacking, that's listed in the indictment. I mean, Christian Eppinger has a ton of counts against him. But even though he's charged separately with murder and attempted murder in other cases, they're not saying that that's in furtherance of YSL gang activity. But what's the problem when you do a press conference like this? The public associates cop killer with whatever you're about to say about YSL. So when you end up bringing down this indictment for the big rich rapper Young Thug, named Young Thug, you're like, oh my God, that's the one. They're out here shooting at police officers, our men in blue. We need more funding. We need to protect. How can we keep the streets clean if we can't even protect our own officers? Because these criminals are out here. So even though he's not charged in the YSL indictment with this stuff, this is really the major first association. This incident, this police officer shooting, that like rolls out the red carpet when they end up doing this press release later for the YSL indictment. Like, think about this, the strategic planning there, the PR.
One strikeout at a police officer. What we saw, as the DA stated so clearly, is an attempt to assassinate one of our police officers. We must hold people truly accountable for their actions. Police officers are, and I am in agreement, that officers ought to be held to a higher standard. But what comes with that level of higher standards is the protection of the responsibility that they have to the community. And when one takes action against that trust, then the community must galvanize together to protect those responsibilities. And I think what we are seeing here from the DA's office, from the mayor's office, from the Fulton County Sheriff's office, and all of us that are standing here in solidarity shows that we will not tolerate that in the city, in the city of Atlanta, and in the county of Fulton. It cannot be tolerated. And so we find it quite appalling that the individual will receive this level of bond, but we appreciate the actions taken so swiftly by this DA's office to address the wrongs of this, what we find that happen in this judicial system. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
I'm curious, why
I was just about to say, your brother doesn't want an opportunity to speak.
did the judge do this, knowing that prosecutors opposed it? What would the reasoning have been with 71 days when you have 90 days?
I think that this is just a problem with our process at this point. And I am going to be meeting with our chief judge. One thing that happened in this case is the Superior Court judges have written a standing order which allows judges that are not elected by the people to set bonds. That's issue number one. And the process that I'm discussing is that those defendants come back before the judge approximately every 6 weeks. This defendant would not have been back before a judge for another 6 weeks. I think the judge had some concerns that he would hit his 90 days and then legally he would not have a bond. But that's process over common sense. What should have happened is the case should have been set down for 19 days. If the state had failed to indict him, at that point the judge would have had to given him a bond by law. A bond should not have been set. This gentleman is just simply too dangerous. We are very pleased, though, that the Superior Court bench has given us an opportunity to readdress this issue, and that will happen, as I said, tomorrow evening at 5 p.m. And what I believe will happen next week, Wednesday, is that this gentleman will be sentenced to over 50 years, and that you will also see an indictment for this crime against these officers long before 90 days hits.
We need some parts of the video.
Yes.
The prioritization and the panic about this issue because it has an officer victim is just, and I'm not a police officer should die. I'm not that type of person. I'm the type of person that's like, I don't know where I stand, because if we want to pay police officers left, we're going to only attract the worst candidates ever for the position. And the caliber of police work is going to get worse and worse, right? So I don't really have a stance or horse in that race because I don't know. I don't think there's a solution that makes sense to me. But when you have something like this, we're talking about backlogs, people that don't have bond hearings, and somehow someone that shoots at a cop gets the bond hearing or gets the bond. He's out. And now we have to do all of this panic because it's bad press. How did this order of events even play out? How did it even play out? Like, how did they get here? And now she has to panic because, oh my gosh, we have this whole backlog and somehow this guy got out. And I don't want to laugh at it because it sucks for the people that didn't commit violent crimes. It sucks for the people that didn't have a bond hearing, still didn't get an indictment within the 45/90 day window. But it also sucks on the flip side if Christian Eppinger, you know, he seems like he's got, I think there's smoke there to a lot of his charges. He's been charged with several murders and attempted murders. How does he get out? How does he get the bond?
We're going to have the police department would like you to see the video of when this officer was shot, and then we will continue with questions, sir.
Chief Hampton will walk us through.
So again, what you'll see is, the subject being followed by Officer Rogers. Again, as Madam DA indicated that he was wanted. Officers were hot on his trail. And again, we just want to show the level of violence and the total disregard of life that this individual had on Officer Rogers, as well as the investigator Will Johnson.
Sorry, I should have done a trigger warning.
What you will see is Officer Rogers will get out of a marked patrol car. Right there, trying to take him into custody. There was a struggle, and it was at this time, with total disregard of 6 shots fired into Officer Rogers. And so again, this is why we are displeased with this decision.
This video will be posted on the APD News website.
Yes, sir.
So DA Willis, just 2 questions. One, just to be clear, you were mentioning in 2016 he had already had that first-time offender deal. So regardless, even though the judge had set bond on some of those charges, he had no chance of getting out. Is that correct?
So I want to make sure that we're clear. On the 2016 case that you're talking about, he has up to 60 years he's facing. He did about 4 years of that time. So that had already been revoked, meaning he violated his probation by committing other crimes. So on that, he is going to be sentenced. This bond was set on the new case. So the case where you just watched the video, as well as I mentioned the theft, that is where a bond was set. He will be back before the Superior Court judge who already revoked him but wanted to make sure that he got his sentencing numbers right on next Wednesday. So he is not getting out.
How do you, I mean, it was just a couple weeks ago, we were all standing over at APD. You guys were talking excited about this new repeat offender program. It seems like you guys all communicated, but it didn't work out with the judge. I mean, how do you feel about this? The fact that you guys did your jobs, it sounds like, in your opinion, the judge didn't do her job.
Well, what I would say is this. The court has given us an immediate opportunity to address what we believe is a mistake that should not have happened. This defendant will not get out of bond, and we believe tomorrow that any bond that was set will likely be revoked. Obviously, he has an opportunity to be heard at the 90th day if we have failed to indict him on those issues. But you and I know that will be of no consequence because by then he will have been sentenced on the probation case that he was on, and he will be indicted.
And I don't know if this is a better question for the sheriff or you, but you guys handed this picture out. It appears that this came from the suspect's Instagram. So I would imagine, I just want to get your reaction to what he posted, and then maybe for the sheriff, that appears that if you have your reaction to it.
So at this time, we can't state whether that was done inside the jail or someone is acting on his behalf with his Instagram account. But what it shows you is the flagrant kind of finger in your face to the judicial system, but not just to the judicial system, meaning the judges, the DA's office, the police, really to anyone who wants to live in a civilized society. And I hope that you read that and that you publish that, because he celebrates the fact that he was given a bond, even though he knows he is wanted right now for all of that violence, and not wanted as in the police didn't do their job and he was not caught, but he needs to get to his sentencing and final prosecution. Obviously, him, like anyone else, will have to prove those charges beyond a reasonable doubt, but we are confident that we will.
Madam DA, at the meeting a few weeks ago, we were talking about the repeat offender thing. You said almost as an offhand comment that a major RICO case was coming out at the end of the month. Is Christian Eppinger's case connected to that RICO case?
I'll ask you to wait. Time will tell.
I asked in part because I'm trying to understand why your office had not indicted Christian Eppinger in the 71 days before now.
We have not indicted him in the 71 days because we're making sure that we collect all the evidence, that things are listened to that need to be looked at, that we're looking into social media, and that when we bring down an indictment, that it'll be an indictment that is complete and holds him and others responsible for all of their actions.
Chief Bryant?
Him and others.
So in my last communication with him, he was doing quite well. He still suffers from some level of pain that he continues to manage. But his spirit, to be honest with you, you have to see him. You have to talk to him to recognize that for someone to be that have that level of energy and spirit, God was with him that day. But he stays very positive in every communication that I have with him.
So you anticipate that he's going to return to service as a police officer?
That'll be completely up to him and his family. And but we're here for him if that's his choice.
Chief, what are you hearing from officers? Is this impacting their morale, getting this news yesterday?
Absolutely. I mean, immediately when it came out, I started receiving the calls. We start seeing what was on social media as well. But again, I think that the bigger part is to see how quickly this administration, the DA's administration, and Atlanta Police Department galvanized together to show our displeasure as relates to that finding.
Is there any way, DA, is there any way you can reiterate, because we weren't in the courtroom, I mean, what was the judge's explanation? I mean, because I think to the layman person, you look at this and you go, what is she thinking? I'm not sitting here to gang up on the judge, but there had to have been some reasoning. I'm sure your prosecutor gave a compelling argument. So what was the reasoning behind this?
I think the reasoning is this, that our judges are under pressure to make sure that they do not have people in jail after 90 days. And us as prosecutors that have to follow the law, we completely respect and understand that if we do not indict a case by the 91st day, by law, they will be guaranteed a bond. With the backlog of cases we have, I'm sure she was worried about bringing this defendant back. But you know, you have to look at each case individually. You have to look at each defendant individually. This gentleman has chosen just a life of violence, you know, and he's chosen to participate in street gang activity. He continues that street gang activity now. We have information of that. Even in the jail, he is attempting to do acts that further a gang. He has got to be removed permanently from society. And so in this case, it's not a decision that we agree with. We certainly do not want to disparage this individual judge. I do have a problem, and I want to be real clear. I have a problem with the process. I have a problem with the fact that judges that are not elected, that are not Superior Court judges, would even have the authority right now to hear cases that involve gangs, because gangs are plaguing our society. So we have to make sure that those judges get before a Superior Court judge. And I'm going to be having a conversation with my chief judge this week to make sure that we get this order amended where only the judges elected by the people hear cases as serious as this.
DA, for that 2016 case, you talked about revoking that first-time offender status and then resentencing him. What's the status with that?
That is the case that will come up next Wednesday. That's the case that I'm telling you I believe he's going to be sentenced somewhere between 50 and 60 years.
And is that judge a family court judge?
I'm sorry?
Is she a family judge, a family court attorney? I forget what you call it.
This particular judge is a sitting magistrate, and so the magistrates are also able to hear some matters of the Superior Court bench. So she was not actually working with her magistrate hat on. That makes sense. She was working as a Superior Court judge by designation of the Superior Court bench when making this decision. The position that I take is elected Superior Court judges should probably hear cases that involve gun violence with what we're facing right now in society. They are required, you know, under this order to hear murders and rapes. I think the list needs to be much broader and take into account gang cases and certainly cases against my law enforcement community. But quite frankly, I'd be saying the same thing to you if a citizen that was not law enforcement was shot. I don't believe they should be seeing cases where violence was committed via a firearm.
What's the status of the body cam version of the shooting? Is that going to be released?
I'm sorry?
The body cam version of that shooting, is that going to be released?
It will not be released.
Christian Eppinger was identified as a member of the YSL street gang, Young Slime Life. And he's also identified in media reports and elsewhere as a rapper who calls himself Bad Briss. YSL is also the label for a music group that's fronted by the rapper Young Thug and also includes other fairly prominent rappers in Atlanta like Gunna and Funk and God knows who else. Many of whom have also had very substantial run-ins with the law, both historically and recently. Do you anticipate indicting Young Thug, Gunna, and other members of YSL?
I anticipate indicting anyone who commits an act of violence within my community. I anticipate doing it within 90 days, and I am not impressed with the fact that you are a rapper. That's not going to keep you from being indicted by this office. And if they've committed acts of violence, and if we have enough evidence to substantiate that, you're going to see indictments.
What connection do you believe
And
there
look
is?
at her. You guys see her facial expression the whole time she's saying that? We're not gonna let Thug slip through the cracks. She's like trying not to smile, then she smiles at the end and like pulls it back together. Now, about 5 minutes ago, we heard her say that we are going to indict Christian Eppinger and them, the other participants. So, why do you think we have this gap where we didn't actually indict someone who shot at a police officer? We waited to indict him. Where do you hear that at? Unless it's like a mystery and we have no clue where the shots came from, where do you ever hear a delay in arresting and charging a person that shot at a police officer or a politician or any like public servant? When do you hear a delay like that? But here you say, we will indict him and the rest of them. And it ends up being 2 murder indictments that end up getting in here. And we can go through for Eppinger, we can go through a side-by-side of the counts he's charged with. But why do you think we actually had a delay in indicting something that normally would be indicted with speed, expeditiously, without hesitation? They wanted to do the big indictment. That was their priority. Like, just crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, man. Oh, I didn't share the screen. Sorry, guys. Wrong screen. Let me go back a minute and switch over.
Connection do you believe there is, like here in Atlanta, between gang violence and the music industry, specifically sort of like trap rap and drill?
So obviously we have lots of people that are out and they're a part of the music industry and they're rappers and they are not doing anything wrong. That is their trade. However, it is an unfortunate reality that we have some people that choose to use their fame to promote gangs. We have some people that are rappers, some of which you have named, that are doing acts of violence. And if they do it within this county, they're going to find themselves indicted and eventually convicted. I believe that my sheriff needs to address.
Michael, I want to address your question specifically.
Now it's my sheriff, not my brother.
Timing is everything. So at this very moment, there are 5 different agencies, to include DeKalb, Cobb County, Fulton County, and a couple other agencies.
Guys, I just dropped Dear Woke Christian's link in the chat. Tons more content on Fulton County than like you would ever be able to find if you tried to look.
Agencies, the state, we're actually conducting a massive shakedown at the jail right now, started earlier this morning. And so we expect to find several things, right? And this is not simply because of the actions of the DA and certainly our police partners. This is simply because it's the right thing to do. And we are running a massive facility, the largest in the Southeast, 3,200 inmates, give or take on the weekend. And so we've gotten and enjoyed the relationship with the DA, and as one of the things that we stepped up to do from the beginning, when we knew the jail was overcrowded, when we first took office, was to give access to the DA's investigators, reunite the partnership with the Atlanta Police Department, the investigators, et cetera. So there's a lot of information there that'll be forthcoming. And as you know, we had a deputy that was stabbed last week before, and so those things spawn this next action. So our goal is to have the safest jail in the industry, but quite simply these actions and the partnerships we created, and thank you for your leadership, Madam DA, have really allowed us to be in that space. So we'll know shortly about that.
Yeah, that was kind of my next question. How is your detention officer doing? And then also, are you able to just explain what you mean by a shakedown?
And great question. So first of all, Officer Richardson is doing fantastic, right? I was actually at the facility when the attack occurred. We had an opportunity, and certainly want to thank publicly the Atlanta Police Department, who really made sure the streets were shut down to get him to the hospital to seek and have the level of care he needed. So he's doing fine. He's excited about coming back, but again, as you can imagine, being attacked in a space that is supposedly secure, right? With 350 people on the floor, our goal is to create an environment that is more safe. So shakedown specifically is we have a couple hundred people right now going through every single cell, every single piece of materials that we have, be it bedding, be it clothing, whatever that looks like, to ensure that we've captured shanks, we've captured or homemade knives, cell phones, whatever that looks like, right? And so we've been very, very focused on making sure we create a safe environment. So,
sure.
All right.
Have there been other incidents of violence within the jail, say over the last 3 months or so? And if there have, is there any connection between that violence and the gang activity that we're describing, like, broadly?
And so the best part of that is our relationship with the DA and the investigators, and what I don't understand, and it's public information, that we record everything that happens in the facility, period, both audio and visually. So to that extent, we're combing through to make those determinations, but we're going to make sure that, as it's been said, in our previous to us taking office, at one point the Fulton County Sheriff's Office was the largest incubator for crime in the city. And so we're going to utilize the technology that we have at our fingertips to make sure we make that a non-issue.
The reason I ask is because another big name rapper, YFN Lucci, was attacked in jail more or less at the same time that Christopher Eppinger was getting arrested. Lucci claims that there's a bounty on his head. And I'm wondering if the tit for tat that I think is occurring on the street between gangs is playing out in the jail.
Well, let me calm your suspicions, right? He is by himself. He is in no harm, right? As a matter of fact, when he comes out, there has to be supervisory personnel
20th,
present.
2022.
Right? So we take that, and it's not just because it's him. Those individuals that are high risk, we treat the same way. And so our goal is to make sure that everyone's loved ones that are incarcerated in Fulton County, whether they're sleeping on the floor or not, are absolutely safe as possible.
Thanks, guys. About process. I understand there's something called an ORCA system. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
For 90-day plus cases to clear backlogs, that sort of thing, and that perhaps there's a consultant who may be running that. I don't think this case with Eppinger went that far, right? Because it hadn't hit the 90 days.
It was actually on the ORCA calendar.
How does that work, and who runs that, and who is this consultant?
So ORCA is just a fund that was created when the federal government gave money to the judicial system or to Fulton County government in general. And what they are doing is running additional calendars. So now the district attorney's office is answering the calendars in the evening and other times to try to get us through the backlog.
And so he was on that? Why was he on that at 71 days?
Well, that's what I thought was interesting in your fact pattern. We see cases on that calendar which have not, in fact, hit the 90-day calendar. All right, well, thank you all for coming.
Is that all right? I'm out. I am out. Now, I didn't realize that this was, oh, and Shannon Alexander, that was April 20th, 2022. So this is around the same time that we're starting to hear, you know, Tick, Slug, Trontavia Stevens was picked up, you know, because we know that as of December 2022, they've been there for 7-8 months. So April, pretty important month. And really we hear Fani Willis say here, we're trying to figure out how to get them all. Thank you for the 2. Gwen Garnett says thug is just notoriety for that new gang bill. Yep, and we saw that underscored, and her face answering that question was just, it was like jolly, gleeful. Like, it's coming, I'ma get you. Like, she knew what she had cooking under the surface there. Dondada says, finally became a member with Apple. I'm King Kong. You know, guys, I actually saw, if you guys ever see Half Irish in the chat, I saw on another channel, it was on Dolly Talk yesterday, someone with Apple wanted to be able to receive a gifted membership. And there's something with the gift URL. If you add, I'll get the URL slug and we'll drop it in the chat. But there is a way that Apple members can actually turn on the toggle to receive gifted memberships. So I'm going to enable that for people. Thank you for becoming a member, Dondada. Especially going through the legwork to do it. You must be an Apple user. On all devices, I mean. Because usually the solution is if you can't do it on your phone, go to a computer. But glad to have you here as always. You make us all laugh. And then Black Butterfly, going back to George Cheedy, I didn't realize that was his voice asking some of these questions, including the Jeffrey Williams question. And Black Butterfly says, George Cheedy is an instigator. I can't stand him. So that's interesting to hear. I had no idea he was this voice. So not much on my radar about him, except he's the one that I know wanted... He pressed Glanville about something and was cited in a Brian Steele motion. So interesting insight here. Thank you so much, Black Butterfly, for the extra knowledge. And then Dear Will Christian, great to see you in here. You know, I always say that I love your branding because it's naturally green, it's slime. And then Dear Will Christian had also said he just ordered a slime hoodie, so that is awesome. Can't wait to see it in a newer video that you publish. I shared Dear Will Christian's link. I'm going to do it again because I wasn't really able to talk during that point. Tons of not just YSL, but Fulton County content in general. And even, I know you've been in the courthouse some days, but you've even gone to, you know, some of these days where Fani Willis is making a speech that ends up relating to the YSL case and these RICO prosecutions. Going to the court, being boots on the ground in Fulton County to get some coverage. Really awesome stuff that you do, DWC. So there is his link in the chat there. Make sure you hit the subscribe button and come back over here. And then Ms. Kate says, happy Friday, Cat, Chat, and Mods. Good to see you, Ms. Kate. Thank you so much. And now we're going to we just watched that press conference was April 20th, 2022. We know we're like on the cusp of it all. And we're going to go over to a press conference on May 10th. Over 25 people charged in gang indictment tied to Young Thug. So let's watch this. And we'll skip to when she actually takes the podium. And I think a lot of people have seen this one, but we'll watch it again with fresh ears and fresh eyes. Shout out to this guy getting the podium all prepped. So we'll start when police chief comes out.
This collaboration is representative of the partnership with the Atlanta Police Department and the DA's office on our aggressiveness and going after gang members. The mayor, as well as the DA, gave a interview on last week expressing their concerns about what we were seeing in our city and how we would go after any offender. And at the direction of the DA taking the lead on us yesterday, making sure that we were able to get one of our top offenders off of the street. In partnership with them, utilizing our tactical teams, we were able to go out to the individual's location.
Defendants that operated within our community.
Hold on, I don't know why it jumped like that. Was it the feed? Okay, it might have been the feed that did that, so I don't know why it did that, but let's just make sure.
Individual's location.
Defendants that operated within our community. 2022. It is our allegation that they operated as a criminal street gang and commenced to do havoc in our community. That havoc includes crimes of violence, crimes of thefts, crimes involving drugs. I've made no secret about it, nor any apology that as the district attorney of Fulton County, my #1 focus is targeting gangs. And there's a reason for that. They are committing conservatively 75 to 80% of all of the violent crime that we are seeing work by both the Atlanta Police Department and
Okay, I know I've watched a stream of this where I don't remember it jumping like this, or maybe I just tuned it out when it was happening, but this is the feed that's doing it because it keeps doing it in the same exact spots.
by both the Atlanta Police Department and indictment, and hopefully to bring justice to a lot of the community who was victimized through the course you see in this indictment. But more importantly, the most important thing that we are here to do is to keep this community safe, and we believe removing these 28 defendants will keep Fulton County safer. Yes, sir.
The indictment's got Young Thug and a bunch of other rappers. There was one name I was actually expecting to see there that I didn't, and that's Jack Harlow. Can you speak to that?
What I'll tell you is that as large as this indictment is, I told my team that let's not be sexy, let's not overreach. Let's be conservative in our approach, which is always the approach that I take. And in taking that approach, 28 defendants were indicted, and they were indicted for the crimes that I believe were appropriate for this RICO indictment. And so I won't speak to any person that is not named.
These are serious, significant charges. I would imagine you're going to see some pretty serious sentencing here. I know it's early, but can you talk a little bit about the type of sentences they might be facing?
Well, we'll ask on the different charges for the maximum penalties, and there's obviously many people that are looking at life under this indictment. You're absolutely right. These are serious times. They're serious allegations, and it is my opinion that violence in our community deserves maximum penalties.
In a recent interview, you said in the coming weeks and months to expect indictments, RICO charges, gang charges. We see that with fear, but this is only focused on the YSL gang. At that time, you used plural indictments. Should we expect more indictments against singular gangs in the coming weeks and months? Is that what you were meaning with that quote?
Yeah, and if you're already aware, we dropped an indictment not that long ago against YFN. It is certainly a tool that I believe in, which is using RICO. I believe the reason that I believe in it as a tool is it allows juries and the communities to see the complete picture of a crime so they can truly be educated and have facts to weigh when they're making decisions. And so if you're asking, should you expect to see other RICO indictments against other street gangs?
Okay, so it just cut out there. What was with that feed? I gotta find a different one. A different stream of that press conference, because that was butt cheeks. Like, what was that? But unfortunately that's the one I had in my playlist. And that was really the final thing until we get into, let's see. We do have that one interview, actually, if you guys wanted to look at that. When was this? Okay, we have one more we can get a little bit more insight on. Now, this is going to be from August 29th. But it's more press coverage, press conference on major gang arrests. So I don't know what happened with that other one, but shout out to 11 Alive for all the other clips that they have.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Today is another great day in Fulton County, another great day of crime fighting. We are here today to just let the public know that we are continuing our mission to target gangs, as we believe it is our #1 public safety deterrent crisis that we're in. I have to acknowledge the two men that are before me before I even start. This is the great Detective Needham and the great Detective Davidson from Sandy Springs Police Department. This was a collaboration, but you always have to acknowledge those that are on the front line working really hard to get things done. And these two gentlemen have done just an excellent job. What today's indictment is about is the Drug Rich Gang, which is a hybrid gang, and it started back in 2016. That's how far we can document this gang existing.
Oh, and I'm dropping, Nick Starro now has his link scheduled for the panel show tonight, so I'm dropping a link to that so you can hit the notify button. That's why it's buffering.
We know that it is a gang that primarily actually exists out of DeKalb County, the Stone Mountain and the Tucker area. But as we know, crime and criminals have no boundaries, and they found their way into my county, Fulton County. I have a message today that you will hear repeated time and time again. If you thought Fulton was a good county to bring your crime to bring your violence to, you are wrong, and you are going to suffer consequences. And today is the start of some of those consequences. This gang, as I mentioned, is a hybrid gang. It does include members of the Gangster Disciples, the Crips, and the Bloods. We know that here in Atlanta, Georgia, that hybrid gangs are something that we regularly see. We know that this gang does have some identifiers that connects it together. They use things like prescription bottles and money symbols, and this is in their jewelry and their tattoos, and we see that present here. We have identifiers identifying this gang. But that's not the problem, that people collected together or they decided to use symbols. It's what they did once they joined together. What this indictment represents is 16 different victims in our county, 16 different incidents of violence, and 26 defendants. They committed crime everywhere from the south to the north of my county, which included Union City, Atlanta, and Sandy Springs. The earliest crime committed that is captured in this indictment is a 2018 carjacking. The latest was committed just this month. We are aware that crimes have occurred in other jurisdictions, but what this indictment primarily covers are the 16 crimes that committed here in Fulton County. The victims, they do not discriminate, but what they did do is target people who show their wealth on social media. So I do have a message for the public. Where it is kind of fun to put your things on social media and show off, unfortunately, these gangs are becoming more savvy, more sophisticated in the way that they target you. And this is a way that we know that they targeted these individuals. And it's because of these great detectives' work where they were able to show that they were following these individuals and using it to their advantage. Some of the celebrity victims included Calvin Ridley, who is a loved member of our Falcons, Brad Guzan, who is a loved member of the Atlanta United team, Marlo Hampton, who is on the Real Housewives of Atlanta, and
Do you need to be putting your stuff on social media if you are part of a sports franchise or a TV show for people to realize that you might have money? Like, this is not the example, this is not the list of victims I would have expected to follow. Like, hey, ordinary people out there, stop posting your paychecks on the Instagrams.
Brittany Mealy, who is the mother of Future's child. All very well-known celebrities who have decided to take residence right here in Metro Atlanta because this is a great place to live and we cannot tolerate this. But don't be fooled. This indictment also covers other individuals who are not as famous but also had their wealth on social media. Lots of social media influencers. The incidences that are in here is, thank God we don't have a murder, but we have kidnapping, we have armed robberies, we have shootings, and we have home invasions. Very violent crimes, things that cannot be allowed in our county, and all done again at the hands of crime, at the hands of gangs. What I want the public to see today is a collaboration of law enforcement, because as they have gotten more savvy, so have we. And so what you have is a collaboration of the Atlanta Police Department, the Union City Police Department, the United States Attorney's Office is here today, the Fulton County Sheriff, the Marshals, and the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. We are working together. We are working collaboratively, and we have a message, and that is get out of this county or expect to start seeing sentences that go life plus. Because I am not going to negotiate with gang members. I am not going to allow pleas. We are going to find you. We are going to convince you. And we're going to send you to the prison for the rest of your days. And I'm not apologizing for that. Any questions?
Yes, ma'am. So, George Keating, Rolling Stone. As it happens, I live in the part of DeKalb County that drug rich is sort of covers. I live in Pine Lake. And you mentioned a drug-rich het who's Stinny in the indictment, who, as I understand it, just got out of jail or prison. He's living with his mom on up the street. How much cooperation? Because I can't help but notice that DeKalb County isn't standing behind you right now. But I know that they're accused of crimes in DeKalb County. Is there collaboration happening between Fulton and DeKalb County with regard to the investigation of this gang?
I have a relationship with the district attorney in DeKalb. I cannot say we specifically collaborated on this incident. I will say that we know that this gang has also committed crimes in Cobb, in Fayette, in a lot of the surrounding jurisdictions, and they have been at the table as we have developed these crimes. In fact, I'm aware that the Gwinnett district attorney does have an indictment against some of these same members, and she has sent part of her staff to be at the table.
Guys, and I can't find, sorry guys, I know I said I would paste the link on how to enable accepting gifts. I don't see it in my history even though I clicked it yesterday, so I might have been on my phone instead of on PC when this happened. But the URL was like somebody's channel, and I think the URL slug was /accept-gifts. So I'm not really sure because I have the setting on, so it's not giving me the correct window. But there is a URL. Next time I see Half Irish, I'm going to ask her. And then also, Gum Get It, thank you for the 5, says, hey to all my slimes with the snake emojis or green duck, depending on who you're asking. Kat, are we doing court only 3 days a week now? So court is just, they're not having court yesterday, today, Monday, and Tuesday. They will be back on Wednesday and Thursday, and I think maybe Friday. They said Friday was supposed to be a jury day and not just motions and hearings like Wednesday and Thursday. So I'm not really sure if they're doing court on Friday without the jury, or if they mean no court at all on Friday. So next week might be a 2-day week. And then we have a lot of break time. I'm pretty unclear about if they're going to have court every day with just the attorneys until the jury comes back sometime after the 15th or 16th at this point. So that's not going to be the calendar moving forward. It's just because there's a bunch of holidays and school breaks. And then also, FFS says, Kat, how's it only showing I'm a 1-month member? That can happen if your initial membership was gifted and then it expired and then you renewed. It could like break the chain in the order, which is kind of annoying, but that might be why. And then Gap Girl became a member. Thank you so much. And then let's see here. Yeah, this press conference is like confusing me a little bit.
Talk about how this came down. You talked about the detectives kind of bringing this forward. what was the beginning of this? How did this, all these things have been happening, but how did you all put it together, and what was kind of the germ, the beginning part of this investigation?
I have to give credit to the Sandy Springs Police Department. They were able to really pay attention, to really go back and track and see that these people were tracking people on social media. Obviously, it doesn't happen at the first crime where you realize that there is a trend, but they pretty quickly did that. I have a great relationship with the chief in Sandy Springs, Kenneth DeSimone. We began talking. I began sending assistant district attorneys out there as we developed this, and they were really the foundation and the work. But as always, you know that I love our acting chief in Atlanta, Shearbaum. He was automatically willing to get involved and to do their part and to develop this. And so people just came together and developed this. But the foundation and the start, as you asked, was really through just great detective work.
Mm-hmm. And what years was this? This is in the past years, isn't it, the Sandy Springs thing?
Yes, but we do have crimes going back in this indictment to 2018, because once that research was done, we saw that there were crimes going back to 2018. We also have this gang documented going as far back as 2016. As George Chidi just pointed out, this is a gang that primarily operates in DeKalb, and so I can honestly tell you, when they first brought this to me, I said, this is not one that I'm familiar with. We don't hear about them a lot. And then we began to realize that's because most of the work they had put in, and I use work in the slang term, most of the crime that they were doing was out of DeKalb County, but they decided to cross the county lines, and that's going to be detrimental to them.
So the indictment mentions lyrics from a couple of videos.
It does.
And we're going through the lyrics from the James Johnson, Congressman, has proposed legislation to limit the use of rap lyrics in prosecutions. Do you have thoughts about that?
I think that I would welcome an opportunity to sit down with Hank Aaron and discuss that proposed legislation. I don't think that it will be successful. I think if you decide to admit your crimes over a beat, I'm going to use it.
And you've used that before.
Somebody get me a beat. I'm going to admit all my crimes on a beat, and then Steph or SteffFS, do you guys want to sponsor me? we'll play it on Classy Beats, one of his Monday, Wednesday, Friday shows, and then Fonnie Willis can try to indict us. Let's do it. Let's tell all of our crimes over a beat. She tried to word it so cutesy, like that's as simple as it is. They admitted to all their crimes over a beat. Girl. Like, if that's not bolstering. Oh, man.
With previous gang member arrests, what are your specific responses to the criticism that you're specifically targeting Atlanta's hip-hop community through these lyrics?
I'm not targeting anyone, but however, you do not get to commit crimes in my county and then decide to brag on it, which you do that for a form of intimidation and to further the gang and not be held responsible. One of the lyrics used in this indictment, just one of the lyrics, is me and my crew striking out, striking in all black. Send me the drop, we'll kick in the house. If we steal a car, we're gonna take off the tag. Well, they're kicking indoors, committing home invasions, and now I'm using those lyrics that they're admitting to doing that. I'm gonna continue to do that. People can continue to be angry about it. I have some legal advice. Don't confess to crimes on rap lyrics if you do not want them used, or at least get out of my county.
Two quick questions. The first one related to this indictment.
And the irony of all of this is one of the lines that the state keeps focusing on in the YSL trial is about who committing a crime. What name do we keep hearing about popping noggins? He's not in the indictment. Kenneth Copeland is not in the indictment, but he's the lyric we keep hearing over and over and over and over and over. So why aren't we using that lyric against Kenneth Copeland? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. And now that we have some context here, I wanted to get the dates. It sounds like Paul Hess, your birthday might be tomorrow the 5th, depending on your time zone. And City Gent, I think you might be ahead of us because you said you're turning 50 tomorrow, but it's going to be October the 6th. So, we've got lots of birthdays this weekend. So happy birthday to Paul and to City Gent. Hopefully, if I see you guys tomorrow or Sunday, I can wish you then as well.
It sounds like when it comes to the investigation, not that the days of people being followed home from a restaurant or something like that aren't still happening, but it sounds like it's as simple as somebody posts, hey, I got this new chain, I got this new car, and these guys are just sitting back, scroll. Can you kind of just take us through that process?
I have a very good example of that. Marlo Hampton is a star on Atlanta Housewives. That's a show. It's Atlanta, so I like it and I watch it, and I'm a fan of hers. One of the things she does, though, is at one point she has the news media in her home, and during that interview, she shows you how to enter the house, where things are within her closet. She then becomes a victim. That's not wise to do. You should be able to show you've worked hard, you have some success.
But we went and put ourselves on the stand when we didn't need to go on the stand. And then my dad's called to the stand and underscores what I said. You need security details anyway. And then you go voluntarily testify that you keep cash in your house.
People are interested in you, you should be able to show that. But it's not a wise thing to do, because you're exactly right. Now what they're doing is they're looking on social media and they are seeing, are there things here that we would like to get? One of the things the investigators realized is they're immediately going to closets. They're immediately going to bedrooms. They know where these high-end items are, and they are seeking to get them. And so it's just not wise to do. And you're right, they have become more sophisticated. But luckily they give us good evidence, because we're able to track them as they are tracking other individuals. But my message to the public is, please stop doing that.
Are most of these home invasions, or are they burglaries and they don't care if they're home? Or because there's obviously a big difference between burglary and home invasion.
They're actually both. Sometimes the victim, like Mariah Carey, was not home at the time, right? So it becomes a burglary. In other times, unfortunately, the victims are home and they don't mind using violence once they enter the home and you're present. So sometimes they are just burglaries, sometimes they are home invasions. Either way, people's dwellings, their homes, where you feel safe is violated and things are taken. But unfortunately, in some occasions, people are targeted and really harmed. In one of these cases, we had a 16-year-old child in the shower, and she was taken downstairs by force. You know, an incident as a mom, I cannot imagine having to have gone through and suffered. Yes, sir.
We have the YSL RICO indictment earlier this year. Now we have this RICO indictment today that you're presenting today. Would you say that's how you plan to target gangs here in Fulton County, using that RICO statute and keep doing more and more indictments like that?
Where appropriate, that's what I'll use.
Real quick, one more question. So you brought up YSL. There's been a lot of developments recently in that. I'm hoping you could address the witness intimidation, where we kind of stand with this, and also I've just had some conversations, with former and current detectives who believe that this is going to cause some type of chilling effect when you're going to start seeing discovery leaked on Instagram. People aren't going to be, cooperating anymore with investigations. So I guess, first off, where are we with Young Thug's case, and then if you have any reaction to that chilling effect?
I agree with detectives. If this information is listed on social media, it will have chilling effects. We are taking precautions to make sure that that does not happen, that people are protected when they cooperate with the law enforcement and the police, because citizens cooperating is a big part of ridding this from our community. It is the largest part.
This is, I ask you, off topic for a moment, your reaction to Judge McBurney's order this morning that is compelling the governor to testify, but then delaying the testifying until after the election?
I think it's appropriate for witnesses that have information in that investigation to testify.
Today, we are seeing the sentencing in the murder case for Katie Maxey. Another 7-year-old was shot over the weekend. How can you ensure parents, the public, that kids are safe in the city of Atlanta and the Fulton County?
Both of those cases are the same in that they take away our most precious commodity, our children. And today, that defendant, the world should know, got life without the possibility of parole plus another 15 years. So that gentleman was a member of a gang, and that's an example of gang violence that we cannot allow in our community. There is a distinction in this case that happened over the weekend, although it is equally tragic. It is an incident of domestic violence, something that we know is really just People don't seem to be able to get along in relationships, and we have too many guns in the wrong hands and too much freedom to get guns. But this is a harsh reality. If you are in a domestic situation and there is a gun present, you and everyone around you is in more danger, and it is very difficult for the law enforcement to be anything but a reactor to that. We have got to have legislation that does not allow domestic violence abusers to have guns around them, and I think we have to have some serious conversations about something that's not popular. Everybody doesn't need a gun. I have come to the public many, many times and said, stop leaving your guns in your cars, because they are breaking into cars, taking your guns and using them from the wrong things. And we are suffering as a community this morning. It broke my heart to watch. Here I get a huge success last.
Are you really prosecuting the people when you catch them running guns? Because it seems to me like if the feds don't do it, you don't do it until you need to tack something on to something else in the future when you want to put someone under pressure for a plea deal.
Last week, Kennedy Maxey's killer held responsible, and this morning I wake up to another precious life stolen.
Mr. Attorney, you said that it was gang related. Which gang?
I'm sorry.
You said that the shooting of the child, there was a gang involved with it.
I know you're aware of that. That gentleman had gang ties to Virginia on down. He was here. They say I'm picking on the rap community. He was here to be an aspiring rapper.
District Attorney, back to the special grand jury. You gave us some guidance back in the summer about how long this will go. What do you believe now in terms of how much longer you expect the grand jury? It isn't panel until May, but what is your expectation of how many more subpoenas you'll send out, how many more people you expect to come in before this wraps up?
I think we're about 60% through of all of the people that we need to be brought up. I'm pleased with the pace that we're going. There can't be any predictions. As you know, many people are unsuccessfully fighting our subpoenas. We will continue to fight to make sure that the grand jury and the public gets the truth. And I am very hopeful that by the end of this year, I'll be able to send the grand jury on their way.
The 26 people in this indictment, how many are in custody?
Oh, I had that exact number. I think it's about 18 of them are in custody right now. I know we have 5 that are in the wind.
Okay. And are the 18 in Fulton or elsewhere?
Various places.
Still haven't
Yes.
gotten Justin Cobb.
Was there ever a moment in the Trump investigation when you anticipated that the special grand jury might complete its task before the election and would have approved the idea of issuing the advisory report beforehand, or did you always kind of know we're going to wait until after?
No, I knew we were going to wait till after. I've been very specific and determined to get rid of that accusation that this is just some political stunt and we were trying to impact the election. As you may recall, I did not call the first witnesses until we were after those primaries, and I made it very well known to the judge who's over this, as well as my team, that I would not do anything until after the election. So they'll have to accuse me of something else. They can get rid of that one.
This is your 4th or 5th RICO, I guess, since you've been the DA. Let's talk about the strength of of this tactic and why you go this way.
Well, I have to go back to the great work of Detective Needham and Detective Davidson in this matter. I'm a fan of RICO. I've told people that. And the reason that I am a fan of RICO is I think jurors are very, very intelligent. I think that some people don't want to do jury service, but once they get there, we really find that there are good citizens there. They're very smart. They pay attention. They take these matters serious. But they want to know the whole story. They want to know what happened. They want to make an accurate decision about someone's life. And so RICO is a tool that allows a prosecutor's office and law enforcement to tell the whole story. And so we use it as a tool so that they can have all the information they need to make a wise decision. So it's a tool I continue to use. I'm very happy the Atlanta Police Department allow us to come down and do gang training and talk about RICO. And that was the great cooperation of the Atlanta police chief that stands behind me, Shearbaum, as well as the mayor allowing that. And so it's a tool we'll use. Sandy Springs has brought in, Atlanta has brought in. In fact, all of the chiefs. We know that this is a good tool, and it's a tool we continue to use.
Since there's so many agencies, is this investigation going to expand to other counties and trade information on this?
We will absolutely be cooperative with other counties, but I am the district attorney only of Fulton County, and so what I'm concerned about is crime that occurs in Fulton County.
Do you think
we've seen a lot of delays, and people not wanting to testify, and even some people who originally were willing to testify now filing to delay. Do you think this is part of a general tactic to push it as far past the election as possible by certain people?
You're an excellent reporter, but with that, I'm going to end this press conference. Thank y'all for coming.
Have to be Richard Allen.
So then they are walking out. Big thank you to FFS, just dropping 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and says, Kat, I'm going to work for money to further our RICO. And you got to put it over a beat, FFS. Thank you so much. So 6 people just got memberships one by one in the chat. If you guys got one, especially if you're not looking at your screen and aren't currently a member, look at your screen. You might be a member now, thanks to FFS. So make sure you say thanks. It's a free opportunity to say FFS in the chat. Oh, man. Oh, the brother. Oh my god, this is a freeze frame. Obi. Obi says, look at that guy looking at Fonny's Fonny. And this is the brother. The sheriff brother. Oh my goodness. Oh, you mean back here? Okay, that's a little more obvious, because I was like, okay, it looks like he can see past the pole here. But you might be talking about this guy now that I look at it. And these 3 are trying to look the other way. Oh, people are funny. People are funny. And FFS is still going bananas. So we had 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Holy moly. You better stay out of Fulton County, FFS. And so the way, so I see Ciroc, is that a play on the drink? Or is it Ciroc for something else? So with gifted memberships, YouTube is the one that distributes them. But one, you have to have your ability to accept gifts turned on, and which you can do by clicking the little dollar symbol icon to turn that on. And there's a URL. I don't know the URL, slug. I thought I saved it yesterday and I didn't, because someone by the name of Half Irish, I think she's been in this chat before, but I usually see her over with Nick Starro, Dolly Talk. I see her. She's one of my friends in the YouTube streets. She got it to work for someone who we could never snipe. We were trying to drop gifts to get this girl to finally get a green name, get a gifted membership. And we were getting everybody else to the point where we were getting people that weren't, you know, there were 30 people in the chat. We'd gifted 30 memberships and she still didn't get one. Because you're more likely to get one if you're actually active in the chat, and then YouTube will start looking for people that have looked at your channel at least at one point in time if they run out of active chat members to give gifts to. And we couldn't get her. And she's like, I don't think I have it enabled. She didn't have the settings. She's on an Apple device. And Half Irish dropped a link that was like, Dolly Talks channel / accepted - gifts is what I thought it said. I don't know if that's exactly it. So there is another way. There's a link that lets you turn on the setting as well, but I don't know what the URL is. But once you turn it on for any channel, your channel can receive gifted memberships anywhere. And so, okay, so since you've received one at some point in time, you should be good for good. It's just a matter of whether or not YouTube feels like dropping one on your head. So, and then FFS is still going. Okay, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Holy moly, FFS. And that's in addition to all of the gifts you've already given earlier in the stream. Big shout out. Everybody show FFS some love. He's out here grinding to grow the gang, clearly in furtherance of our conspiracy, protecting the enterprise. Now all we need is someone to confess all of the crimes on a beat. Oh man. Still going. And another one. Hold on, let me update this banner. 132. Let's see. There we go. We've got an updated banner there. Everyone gets the excuse. We don't really curse that much in the chat because YouTube, I have the setting on to flag certain comment. I don't get to choose what it is. It's either on or off. And then YouTube, if you don't manipulate the way you say certain words, YouTube will flag it, and the mods, to be on the safe side, just hit the hide button when that prompt is enabled. That's just the way we do things here. It's never anything personal. But when you have someone like FFS in the chat, you get the excuse to drop a little without YouTube getting you. So, always a good time. And he's still going! I gotta update the banner again. Another 2. Oh, man. And guys, I think what's the next thing in my list? So, is the bond hearing... what date was the bond hearing? What date was the bond hearing? Well, there's a preliminary hearing first. Yes, we could go back and we could do the preliminary hearing. It's short. And I don't think this was this interesting. They're basically going to delay the bond hearing. But we can watch it, and then, since this is already over 4 hours and the bond hearing is pretty intensive, we can make that probably a tomorrow stream. I can probably do a stream tomorrow. And if not, Sunday, and if not, we have Monday and Tuesday to watch a bunch of stuff. But that really, so far, what we watched is, to me, guys, it really feels like a red carpet media, PR rollout of this whole strategy. You can see, working backwards, that the prize was to all these big scary things, police officers getting shot at and getting shot. Let's get these guys, let's make a fuss about it, and then let's say it all ties into Jeffrey Williams, Young Thug, the rapper. Oh my gosh, you're still going. FFS dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for the rest of the stream, we're just going to be saying FFS in the chat. I'm going to update this banner again. Thank you so much, FFS. Holy moly. This was a pretty quiet hearing because they're just going to do some scheduling matters, but we'll see. I don't remember anything interesting, but it's 10 minutes. So let's see. There might be something spicy from an attorney that I don't remember.
All right.
And to be clear, when I started following this trial, the bond hearing, the first bond hearing, is really where I came into tuning in. I didn't really follow the press. I didn't follow Fani Willis. I didn't really know much about Fani Willis. I didn't know about all the stuff that we just watched until I went backwards. So this is really where I started in real time watching the YSL trial.
Let's move on to position number 5, and that's State of Georgia versus Jeffrey Williams. All right, let's see if I can find Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, I believe he's on I believe he's in COP. Let's see. Say again? Yes. All right. Mr. Mana, can you unmute? There we go. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, Mr. Adams, good morning, sir. Good morning, Judge. All right, Mr. Adams, is it you and Mr. Steele, or is it, I see Mr. Steele over there, so is it you and he that are representing Mr. Williams?
That's true, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Mr. Geary, you rose. Something you want to tell me?
Yes, sir. We filed a conflict notice on Mr. Steele as well.
Okay.
Mr. Steele has represented multiple of these defendants, and we filed a conflict notice on that as well, Judge.
Oh yeah, this was interesting. This is where they wanted Steele off the case.
Probably need to hear the motion then. Okay. Mr. Steele, I take it you have not filed a response to that particular motion, you nor your co-counsel, Mr. Adams?
And good morning, sir. That is not accurate. I did file a reply, and it was emailed to your Honorable Court's co-worker yesterday, as well as the Honorable District Attorney. There are waivers attached to that, and the law mandates that the hearing go forward today. That's under Clause CLOUGH versus Rickles, RICHELO. It's 274 Georgia Appeal 129, it's a 2005 case, and preliminary matters shall not be affected by a pending motion to disqualify counsel. The prosecution, in their motion to have me disqualify, wrote that there is no actual conflict in their own motion. It's on page 11. So this is all just potential in the future. There is absolutely no reason that I should be. In my opinion, I laid out all of the law for this Honorable Court's review, and their motion should not even have a hearing. If you want to hear it, obviously, I will be here, but we would like to go forward. With that said, I would need a couple minutes. I did not realize that your Honorable Court had an order that we could not bring in our electronics, so I have my iPad and my electronics outside, so I apologize, but I'm not. I would just need to get those.
Sure. Okay. I can give you a few minutes to get those together. All right, Mr. Geary, given the fact there are waivers that are attached, does that change the state's position on that, or do you?
No, Your Honor, I was unaware that there's no actual in there, and I take counsel's word for that. I believe there actually is an actual conflict. One of the other defendants listed, I believe it's, correct me, Mr. Arnold, the police officer indicated in the report, and I have spoken to the police officer since, as of just last week, is Mr. Steele called the officer and admitted that Mr. Arnold did in fact commit the offense. Now I know I've spoken with Mr. Steele and he said that never happened. All I know is I wasn't there. The officer said it did, and it's in the report, and Mr. Steele said it didn't. I believe that rises to the level, and that was confirmed, Judge, after our motion was filed. But I believe that would rise to the level of an actual conflict. I would say as a compromise, given until we settle that, given they've got two counsel here, or no objection if Mr. Adams went forward right now, and I think that would be a resolution that we could try to move forward on this.
Okay. Is that acceptable, Mr. Steele?
I appreciate the Honorable District Attorney, but that's not acceptable.
Okay, then I'm going to have to take it off and put it on for a count.
May I just finish? I know you're busy, but may I just educate the court? And I know it's not the District Attorney's office doing, but there is a line in a witness statement when somebody originally gets arrested, in a complaint room, there's a witness statement, and it does not exactly say that I made a confession on behalf of Mr. Arnold. In fact, I will tell the court I have never, ever made a confession on behalf of
But I need to hear that, Mr. Steele. I don't have any issue with either the the disqualification, but I got to hear it. Today's not the day.
May I just finish and tell you this?
Okay.
When you look at the prosecution attached one page, so I got the entire file. It's on your Odyssey. And when you look at the reports, there's nothing about a confession. That is a total, and I'm not saying the police officer did it on purpose, that's a total misstatement. In fact, it alleges in the reports exactly what I...
Okay, wait. So for this issue, there are actually reports. And that means that's, probably the best record evidence, unless they also have a video of when they're speaking about this conversation in question. So if they don't have a video of the supposed thing, the record's the next best thing. And if there's nothing in that report, and they're saying that the reports talk about this alleged confession, there isn't a confession. And oh boy, it's going to be so interesting when Martinez Arnold or Duke is put on the stand in this trial. Remember, that is the client of Ashley Merchant. I think there's really only two people that took pleas in this case, that one of their plea conditions isn't to testify that YSL is a gang. He's one of the two that don't have that term in their plea agreement. So I'm imagining that plea deal is a good one. So let's see.
I did. I received a call to find out whether there's a warrant for Mr. Arnold. I went to the police department. They would not, in those days, it was 2014, emailed to me. I found there was a warrant, and I told Mr. Arnold, and he turned himself in. That's in the reports that the prosecution did not make mention of. I am not on the state's witness list when this case was brought and indicted against Mr. Arnold. And I could never be a material witness because Mr. Arnold pled guilty. So you have to be a material witness. It has to be on an issue that's in controversy. A guilty plea is the confession of the person. With all that being said, I never represented Mr. Arnold. I did a courtesy to the police and Mr. Arnold. There is no confession, and this is a specious reason to do it. And it's all in public record, Your Honor. I never was paid a nickel. I don't have an open file on Mr. Arnold. I never defended him. I did a favor when I was asked whether there was an arrest warrant for Mr. Arnold because he wanted to be lawful and turned himself in. So I'd like to go forward.
Okay, all right. I still need to hear it. I think that, in terms of just the motion and the response to it. And since it wasn't calendared for today, the only thing I have is arraignment and bond. So I don't mind a short turnaround for me to be able to do that. But I need to resolve that issue first.
Can I ask you a question? I'll step back.
Sure.
I have to get my computer anyway.
Yeah, you
When would
can.
this short turnaround be? Can you just give us an idea?
I'll have to check with Mr. Chamberlain. Mr. Chamberlain, we'll work on that. It'll probably more than likely be via Zoom. I'll need to, maybe by the time that I'm finished with everyone, I should be able to let you know something.
Then can we just step back until that time?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I'm going to hold on position number 5. And we'll talk soon, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I want to circle back up to the beginning of the calendar.
And I didn't skip that. I think that more had to do, I don't think these were actually streamed live. I think they were uploaded after the fact. So I think that was a cut that was made in the video itself.
Okay, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, we take a look at our calendar and with Mr. Chamberlain's assistance, I'll go ahead and set your matter for the matter on the disqualification for 2 June. That's the soonest that I have via Zoom. And we can take up that at that morning along with your issue of bond at that point in time, should it be appropriate, depending on how I rule, okay? Did I address you, Mr. Sharp? Did I tell Mr. Sharp, get up? Okay, just give me a second. Being eager, okay, I'll just a sec, all right? But does that work for you, sir?
He's already telling Short to take a seat all the way back then. Oh my gosh.
Yes, do you know what time?
It'll be 9 o'clock via Zoom. Now, Mr. Sharp, for your client as well, I will set that, Mr. Stillwell, on your conflict motion, same date, on the 2nd of June at 9 a.m. Okay, and I think that those were the 2 that we had for conflicts. And gentlemen, I appreciate your patience. That is the soonest that I have that I can give you, but I can give you the opportunity to be heard on that particular, on those 2 particular issues at that time. Okay, what else was I going to do? Let's see. Mr. Williams, we're going to, let's see who Mr. Williams, what position, let's see. A second? Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay. All right, Mr. Williams, your lawyer is going to talk with you in offline in a minute. Mr. Steele, unfortunately, this is what I said. I couldn't allow you to kind of do this because of this, just the scheduling and schematic of us being able to do this. Because I do need to get the other folks from that other person at least brought out, okay? Of course. Okay, all right. Unless you have anything else, I'll see you and your colleague on the 2nd of June then, okay, at 9 o'clock?
I just wanted to, earlier, Your Honor, the court said that you would potentially hear bond today.
No.
Or put it off.
I'm gonna put off both those until the 2nd of June. I need to resolve the issue of your, of the conflict first, since both of you are not agreeable to that particular arrangement, so I'm having your colleague hear the bond, so I think the state's objecting to that as well, so I need to hear the predicate and rule on that issue to begin with, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, all right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Spanish interpreter is present.
Madam,
Oh, okay. And that was the end of that one. Yeah, that was back in the day before they started doing the live streams. They would VOD it and apparently cut it very sharply. Now, and I'm going to toggle over to the playlist. So we've been watching a lot of shorter clips, both with the clips we just watched. Then we end up starting to get the full streams. We have 2 more clips here that are just pulled. I think it's from the same day. Yeah, these are just clips from this day. So at this point, 11 Alive for the hearing starts streaming the full days. So we actually have longer content to start watching. So I think this might be a good place to break part 1 of this. And then tomorrow, and you guys are going to be surprised. Like, this is actually, it looks like 9 hours. It's Glanville, but it actually is a decent amount of content. There aren't these like 2-hour breaks in the morning, 2-hour breaks for lunch, and 2-hour afternoon recesses. So this is actually going to be a long one here, but we can try to knock it out tomorrow, do a Saturday stream. And then the other hearings, they trickle down. They start to get like 2 to 4 hours long each. And then we'll be, let's see, if we do like 5 hours tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we'll probably get like here, which is still a year ago. So it might take a while to get through some of this stuff. But if you see me do a thumbnail, I'll put like a tree in the thumbnail. The day that we watched the fruit of the poisonous tree argument is one of my favorite pretrial moments and it's really not like there isn't anything exciting like someone's being held in contempt. It's just extremely good lawyering from the defense and a very pivotal moment pre-trial for the defense of Jeffrey Williams and really everybody else trickled down. Because this is where they rule out that the cell phones seized from Jeffrey Williams' house in Sandy Springs can't be used. They can't go through it, can't pull out the text messages, can't use it in the trial. So I'm sure I don't need to explain how that could be a very big win for the defense, particularly for Jeffrey Williams. But I don't think these are the bonds. I think that's closer to, it was a longer day. Like I said, it might be this one. I feel like it was like a 6-hour day. So when you see a thumbnail pop up or you see in the title, Fruit of the Poisonous Tree, it's definitely one to tune into. And I did put the link to both of these playlists in the chat. This one is for pretrial. And I'm not sure it's a perfect list. I really did go back through all the news stations and looked through video by video, like every video they posted. I spent like 4 hours just making sure I didn't miss anything about gangs, RICOs, YSL, to do this list. And then the Fani, my Fani playlist, it is not everything Fani. It is stuff that relates to RICO gang prosecutions and asking funding for it. So there's tons more videos out there relating to Fani Willis, but it just wasn't relevant for me to put in this list. And those are both in the description as well if you guys want to binge on your own. But we will do a part 2 starting off with this bond hearing. So that will be fun tomorrow. I think we'll do it tomorrow. Other than that, guys, we have Nick Starrow's panel stream tonight. And again, it's at a different time. So it's 2 hours later than usual. And that will probably be a permanent change, says Nick. So definitely hit that bookmark button here for Nick. Is anything going on now you guys want to recommend or be redirected to? It is 3:47 p.m. Eastern. I don't really know if I know of anyone doing like 4 o'clock stuff today. Judge Cedric Simpson, the Honorable Judge Cedric Simpson, is doing landlord-tenant dockets today. I love Cedric Simpson. Great judge to watch, but I'm not sure if you guys want to watch Landlord Court. I don't really see anyone else live right now. I'm going to drop a link to Cadillac Law. Love Cadillac Law. Her stream just ended, but she does a full recap of the week that just passed for the trial. So there's something to check out if you guys are looking for something to do. And then Nemo the Mormon is live. We're talking about the general conference. And when are you going to start doing content, Pink Slime? We're talking about the general conference there. Oh, wait, there's a birthday stream. Okay, hold on. I don't see that. Probably maybe because it's not live right now. I see her Diddy video. Okay, here's the live with a cupcake. Okay, so I'll actually spill a redirect over there because that's going to be 7 p.m. if you guys want to hit that notify and come hang out in there. Because again, you know, I'm sure celebrating Avi because it's her birthday, that's awesome, but Avi's done a lot to hold it down for the lead attorney, keeping, you know, he didn't really want to disclose to his audience that he was dealing with a cancer diagnosis. And that had to be an incredible weight and task that Avi took on. So all love to Avi. I'll set this to redirect over there after a round of ABCs of Steel. If you guys could just go in there and, you know, give a happy birthday wish. And no, don't direct to Avenged Sevenfold. Oh, and I can't, actually it's not letting me redirect to her channel, so I can't do that. So, dropping the link in the chat, and I can put the panel in there. And yes, thank you for the reminder, Steph. Club Classy tonight as well. Nick Starr. Yeah, I don't really see any YSL content live currently. Somebody fill the void. Somebody go fill the void. So we'll put it to the YSL panel tonight later. You guys can hit the notify button. And yes, I will be going to Club Classy probably about like 8:30, 8:45 Eastern as soon as, you know, find a way in and out of the YSL panel show. And yes, you made it back for ABCs of Steel. Also, big thank you to Chloe. Did anybody find SZA's ex yet? And now I don't know if this reference went over my head because Chloe Albert's Revenge is very creative and I catch a lot of her references. But is this a play on SZA just like being low down, like low key, mysterious with her relationships? Or did something crazy happen with an ex? Because I'm not aware and I don't want to mix that up if this is like a DV type thing. Thank you, Chloe, and thank you always for your knowledge of stuff. But this one I think I'm missing the context. Shannon Alexander says, guess I'm rolling down the street, smoking and dough, sipping on gin and juice, laid back, with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Right? You can't say that. You can't say that because they're going to be like, were you drinking under the influence, driving under the influence? You put it over a beat. We're going to come get you for that. So you got to be careful, Shannon. Thank you so much. Toothless Tiger says RICO is a great tool for crooked DAs to launder. Yeah, times 1,000. And here we saw a little bit of it today. Fani Willis's push to expand that power to cross county lines. So we'll hear more of that too. Some of the hearings I think were like February 2023 on that. So since we're kind of moving in chronological order, tracing back from 2021, we won't really hear more about that for probably 2 or 3 more streams, but we will get to that. I did cover that during a lunch break a while ago, but I don't even know if I clipped it separately, so let me not try to find where it was. We'll just watch it again. But great point there. It's a tool, and it's a tool that we're trying to expand. And I don't know if we're using that tool in the right way. FFS dropped in and gave 1, 2, 3 more memberships. So you guys say thank you to FFS, or just say FFS, and it'll just look like you're shouting out FFS, but you're really just using a good abbreviation to stay on YouTube's good terms. Canadian Crispy Bacon says, oh, some nostalgia, good old days, Judge Glanville. I got a lot of him coming up because he's there for all these pretrial hearings. It'll be a time. It will be a time. Gwennon Garnett says, cat chat mods, best in the YouTube streets. Love to hear it. Thank you so much, Gwennon. And then, yeah, back in the day, we have the first instance, at least with YSL-related hearings, of Brian Steele giving us an alphabet. Good times. Good times, you guys. Thank you again for all the FFS love. Thank you. Yeah, did FFS buy the whole stream? He's laundering the money. He's growing the gang. He's doing the recruiting. Oh yeah, wait. Is his 9 o'clock? Is Flesh of the Gods 9 o'clock scheduled yet? Because we can link to that too. No, it's not scheduled yet, but here's the throwback yesterday. Key points in cross-examination. He did a recap last night. And there will be, I think you said 9 p.m. Eastern. Oh, I didn't paste the link. Hold on. So here's a link to a different Flesh of the Gods video since I don't see the 9 p.m. one scheduled, but he's supposed to go live. That's always a good time, and I should be awake. Or did you say it was tomorrow? I don't even know. But just hit subscribe and hit the bell, and it won't matter. You'll know when he's going live. And I will, if I'm not wide awake, I'll get a Red Bull. And we're going to hang out in Flesh of the Gods chat this weekend. Always a good time. Thank you, Loa, for the feedback. Really good yesterday over in Flesh of the Gods. Yeah, you guys won't be disappointed. Also, he does great rewinds. He trims the content down so you're not watching the full days. He's going to the key parts. But also does a really great job with hilarious sound and visual effects on the stream, which I think you'll enjoy. I think you'll enjoy them a lot. We're going to do... We've got the Chloe clarification here. SZA's biggest song, oh, okay, the title, I just unalived my ex. And then Kill Bill on the Kill Bill album. Yeah, that went way over my head, but now that you say it, I get it. My bad, Chloe. Oh, man. And I think I have a problem. So much of what I hear, I hear the song and don't know the name or the visuals or anything like that. Oh, man. Thank you so much, Chloe Albert's Revenge. And before FFS tries to drop another 1,000,000 memberships in here, we're going to force him out with some ABCs of Steel. And unfortunately, we don't have an FFS in the ABCs of Steel spelled out, but I think he's in the screenshots throughout the video. So a little bit of gang alphabets here. You guys all have a great Friday, and I'm sure I'll see you guys somewhere out here. Thanks for tuning in on this unplanned stream, and have a good one.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfeather, K as in Kittens, M as in Magic, P as in Perfect, C as in Colette, U as in Unbelievable, V as in Victory, W as in Wonderful.
O for objection, S for sustain, B for buffering, E for Pepto-Bane. S for slime, my friend, and you, as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall, M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down P, T for telling me anything, R for rights we stand, I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance, keep your stances strong. With ABCs of Steel, you can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of Steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of Steel